Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to begin a playthrough of Shardlight. Now I don't know all that much about this game, just like I didn't know that much about the previous game, Primordia, until we played it. I understand it's another adventure game set in a dystopian future, although a different dystopian future this time. And I've also gathered a tiny bit of the story from the introduction of the game, because I always test games before I start streaming them to make sure they work. So I've seen like the first 2 minutes of this game. So let's get into it.
November 9th. The world ended 20 years ago today. What a strange, awful anniversary to celebrate. 20 years, and this city is still in ruins. 20 years, and the citizens are still dying on the streets. 20 years, and I'm no closer to fixing my mistake. As I look on the horizon today, I see many laborers going to their lottery jobs. They cling to hope that the ticket they earn will win them the vaccine they need to survive. Green Lung continues to take lives every day, but the people of this town are stubborn, resilient. They refuse to give up in the face of death.
Blimey.
Oh, it stinks down here. Hopefully dealing with the reactor won't take too long.
So, whoever the narrator was there, apparently they felt responsible for the end of the world, which supposedly happened 20 years ago. The fact that there's a world still here does make me think that that may be slightly hyperbolic, but suffice to say, things don't seem to be going all that well. And there appears to be this mysterious disease green lung around, which apparently can be treated with a vaccine, which is interesting because vaccines are usually given to people to help their immune system learn how to fight back a disease, so that if they do contract it, then their bodies do a much better job of fighting it off. Like the COVID vaccine, that's why everyone was vaccinated. It strikes I mean, I don't work in the medical profession, I could be either academically or otherwise, so I could be wrong, but it strikes me as odd to give someone that's already very ill with a disease the vaccine. Unless these lottery jobs that they spoke about are supposed to be for healthy people, maybe? I noticed our character here coughed though, which may be nothing or it may be everything, we'll have to see. Still, let's have a look around. The Ravens. Graffiti.
This hasn't been here very long. The paint is still damp. Why the hell would a cultist come down here?
A cultist? Blimey, there are cultists, it would seem, in this world.
It's some kind of control box with a plate on it. It's probably connected to the main power source in here.
Wonder what it controls. What does that say? Shapugan and Sons. Manufacturing. Compliance. Something. And then I think something that's a date. Unit serial. And that's gone as well.
It's too corroded to read.
Yeah. You couldn't read all of it. I reckon if you're actually there in real life, you could probably make out more of it. You might have to make an impression of it using like a piece of paper and some crayons or something to do a better job. Do we have an inventory? I assume that's our inventory and I assume it's empty.
I can't reach it from down here. It's a really old lamp. There's a wax candle inside.
Ooh, that could actually be useful. For someone with no items, shame we can't reach it. If the candle's still there, then, it should still be good. Even, 20 years later. Although, if this place was last inhabited 20 years ago when the world ended, why would they have been using wax candles to light things? Maybe this area was actually inhabited for a time, for a short period after the end of the world.
Not really in the mood to electrocute myself.
That's a good point. There's still power here. And why would you just have light scattered around the floor like this? That strikes me as odd.
Poor guy. Looks like he's been down here a long time. I don't suppose you've seen a reactor around here. I guess not. I should probably leave the sign where it is. There's a gas mask on it. Must be an extractor fan. Controls are probably nearby.
Oh, this will do the fan then.
This must be the fan control.
Speed. Interesting. Intake, exhaust. Huh. That may be very relevant in the future. But at this precise moment, I don't see a reason to be playing around with it. Through the door, I guess. Blimey.
I'm starting to see why this was a lottery job. This better be worth it.
Ooh, a piece of paper.
I can't reach it from down here.
Maybe we can suck it through the door. Is there anything on the door?
That leads further into the tunnel. There's a gas mask.
Right. Now if we have it... Wait, exhaust or intake from whose point of view? I was thinking that we're controlling which room... I assume we're controlling the ventilation for the adjacent room, since there doesn't appear to be anything in here that would... you'd think you'd want to extract. Especially since there's a manhole up there. But it might be the other way round. Well, let's hope I've done this correctly.
I can't reach.
Okay, the paper's still not moving.
I can't reach.
Okay, still no luck. Wonder how we get that bit of paper then. Suppose it would help if we had like a long stick or something.
Looks like that used to be somebody's bathroom. Nice tile floor. What's that thing up there?
Yes, good question.
There's a piece of paper stuck up there.
Where are we then? I assumed we were in the remains of some sort of industrial building, but if that's just a domestic bathroom above us, then are we beneath a house? Is this the sewers? Another sign.
It would probably just disintegrate in my hands if I peeled it off. McTeague Maintenance Corp. There's a maintenance log underneath. The last inspection was 15 years ago.
15 years ago, not 20.
McTeague Maintenance Corp. There's a maintenance log underneath. The last inspection was 15 years ago.
Writing this down. McTeague Maintenance Corps. Last inspection was 15 years ago. That does imply that civilization kept going moderately well for at least a little while. Oh, what does this cord do?
This pull cord is attached to the vent up there.
Does it move the vent? Ah, so I think it does work the way round I originally thought it does. So we want to set this to exhaust. And now if I pull the cord, we should be able to suck the piece of paper down to us, I believe. Yes! I don't know why I want that little piece of paper so desperately, but I do, I really do.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's blank. Well, you win some, you lose some, I suppose. It's not like we lost anything to get this blank piece of paper. Who knows? Maybe unused paper is extremely rare in this post-apocalyptic world, and we've got a very valuable item on our hands. I don't know. Oh
my God.
That looks like a recent body.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Took you long enough. I thought I was raving food. It's only been, what, a day now?
We need to get you out of here.
Another reference to ravens.
Calm down, kid. I'm fine where I am.
Fine where you are. Are you? Are you really? Also, what's going on with the... There's a few things that are worrying me here. Ah, I think I've just put it together. I was going to say, there's a disturbing whitish yellowish colour over there that could be bone, and also his legs aren't sitting right. I think he's lost a leg. In which case he's extremely lucky to still be alive. I mean, the blood vessels going to the leg are significant. For someone to survive having a leg amputated without any medical attention is... well, it's astounding. I suppose if that actually happened to you in real life, you could always try and use a belt or something like that as a tourniquet. You might then make it. Still, that suggests to me that this bit of rock, which I assume fell on him from above, must have also not just broken his leg off, but must have also pressed down so heavily on the stump that it stopped the blood flow. In fact, look at that blood. There's a tiny amount of blood compared to a wound like that. That must be what happened. Well, his lungs and his heart are clearly still working just fine. And his brain. He could have damage to his abdominal region. But yeah, if he's been here a day and he's not dead... he's probably escaped, the worst types of organ damage. What was I going to write down? Ravens, because they've come up twice now, and I noticed there was a raven on the main menu. Who are you?
Who are you?
They didn't tell you?
I'm afraid not.
Typical. Aristocrats don't give a rat's ass about anyone else till their lights go out.
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow.
Did Tiberius send you to fix the reactor?
Yes? Oh, I see. I'm your replacement, aren't I?
It would seem so. Certainly hope you have better luck than I did.
Okay, that tells us quite a bit about this new world we find ourselves in. So there is a class structure, it would seem. I do wonder what part of the world this is supposed to be in. Because I can't think of many parts of the world today where a proper class structure still exists. Certainly places where, the rich and powerful are a lot more influential than some would argue they should be. But that's different. That's different to being an aristocrat. Because judging by the technology they have, they must have at least reached... what, the 1960s? 1950s at least. Before things went wrong. Actually, to be fair, even though it was after the Second World War in Britain that the class system was undermined and ultimately collapsed, if in the 1950s there had been a massive disaster, like a huge disaster, it's not at all inconceivable that the class system could have reasserted itself at that time. They sound American though, judging by the voices. What happened to you? I mean, it seems a bit obvious, but I mean, we may as well ask, because he may be able to warn us about dangers we weren't aware of.
So what happened to you?
Are you blind, kid? I came down here, I was about to get the reactor running, and there was a tremor. All hell breaks loose, and now I'm crawling my way to the Reaper.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. Come to the territory. But then, you should know that, right?
Is there anything I can do for you?
Is there anything you need? Anything I can help you with?
I'm a dead man. Even if you went for help, I'd be gone by the time you got back.
There's nothing at all? Can I do anything to make you more comfortable?
You're nice, kid. But nice will get you killed. Just do your job. I'm not going anywhere.
Don't move. I'll be back.
Your sense of humor needs some work, kid.
So this would seem to imply that among the common folk, it's a bit of a dog-eat-dog world, it would seem. I wonder what the aristocrats have then, which is considered to be so valuable. They've been able to maintain social order. Because of course after, you know, generally speaking, you think that social systems break down during a disaster. You know, control over the populace is lost and you end up with mass rioting and much more tribal behaviour. It's odd that there appears to be an aristocracy that has managed to remain in power after such a disaster, or possibly even come to power. If this is America, they'd have had to have come to power. I notice there's a skull down here.
Looks like another soldier.
Another soldier? What do you mean by another soldier? Where's the first soldier? Are you a soldier? Because I could be wrong, but you don't immediately strike me as a soldier.
A bolt to the head is an ugly way to go.
Well, you say that, but as long as it cleanly managed to destroy the brain, I imagine it would be a much nicer way to go than how our poor friend over here seems to be going. I'm going to write that down. She said another soldier. I mean, I suppose it makes sense that if there was some sort of disaster and they were struggling to maintain social control, that they would send the army in. That makes sense. Could that be it? Did the aristocracy have control of the army as opposed to the state? That sounds pretty unlikely. Hold up.
It's not budging. I don't know how to fix this on my own. This reactor looks worse for wear. The water cools down the pipes that are connected to the reactor.
Right. Okay, that's good. So if this is a nuclear reactor, which I'm guessing from the signs, then presumably there's no fuel rods down there or anything. I mean, to be honest, if there were fuel rods right at the bottom of this tank, we wouldn't be in any immediate danger, provided that the fuel rods weren't leaching out radioactive material into the water. You know, water is really, really good at stopping the spread of radiation. So if there was radioactive material right at the bottom, we would be fine up here. As I say, as long as it didn't actually get into the water. But if this is a cooling tank, then that suggests that the main part of the reactor, the engine, if you will, I'm sure there's a proper name for it, is elsewhere. And this is just where they're sending the pipes of hot liquid to cool down afterwards, which is slightly reassuring.
Radioactive. Wonderful.
Yeah. If everything that we've been told is accurate, I don't see why this would be radioactive. Because as I just said, we have reason to believe the fuel rods aren't even down here. This isn't the part of the... I mean, if there were, then you'd expect there to be turbines up here to be turned. And because that's how a nuclear reactor works, it heats water, which creates steam, and then those turn turbines. This does seem to be just for cooling. So there shouldn't be any radioactive material here. There's no reason for radioactive material to have at any point come in contact with this water.
The water cools down the pipes that are connected to the reactor.
Anyway, it looks like we need some sort of code, and we'll have to ask the man for it.
Mister?
Huh?
I think this reactor needs a
I
code.
think this reactor needs a code, and I don't have it. Do you?
You don't do this type of work often, do you?
Not a reactor, no. I'm more experienced with cars, pumps, easy fixes.
So a lottery worker, huh? Who's the vaccine for?
Why do you care?
Hang on. You look familiar. Do I know you?
I'm a mechanic. I've got a shop just outside town. Maybe you came in.
Knew a guy named Cooper Weller once. Had a shop around there. You related?
He was my dad. What's it matter to you?
You're Cooper's girl. So do you even care about Tiberius?
I care about getting medicine.
You said you wanted to help me, right?
Yes. Do you need anything?
I do. And if it works out, you'll never have to work a lottery job again.
Excuse me?
You heard me. But first, I need to know you're serious about helping.
How am I supposed to trust you? Or I'm sorry, I don't think I can help you. Neither of those are particularly good options. I feel like the proper approach to take here would be to inquire more, because the things he's saying seem very peculiar. But since that's not an option, how am I supposed to trust you?
This sounds really sketchy. How do I know I'll be safe?
I can't make any promises, but you're Cooper's kid. If I can trust anyone to help me, it's you.
Well, we've got nothing to lose. Although, if it was me, I probably wouldn't be quite so committal as to say, okay, I'll help, because then I would feel obliged to help no matter what he says. It'd be more like, well, you know, if I'd like to help. If you tell me more, then I could give you a more definite answer. Okay, I'll help.
All right, I'll help you.
Is that a promise?
Yes.
Thank you. Before my accident, I figured out that this reactor just needs a hard reset. To do that, you'll need to input the reset code, which is the unit's serial number. Just find the compliance plate and you'll be good to go. By the way, how's your shooting?
Could be worse, could be better.
And take this.
A crossbow?
It's not like I need it anymore. I picked it up off that corpse over there. It hasn't got any bolts, but you should be able to find some around here.
Like the
Thanks.
bolt in the
We'll
head.
see about getting that reactor started.
Well, this has got very grim. Who do you think we're going to be defending ourselves against? I probably should have read that text that just came up.
The head is an ugly way to go. That corpse is just out of my... That corpse... I haven't got any ammo.
Yeah, I don't want you to shoot it. I want you to pick up the bolt, since it may still be good. Okay, I guess that's not going to be a thing. Anyway, there was that number on that sign we saw before. Let's hope there's no one behind this door that's going to give us trouble. Actually, thinking about it, I should save the game again, shouldn't I? Right. Where was it? It wasn't this sign, was it?
It's some kind of
Was it on the control box? Yes. Compliance. Something or other. That looks like... Oh, that could be 16 or that could be 18. I'm gonna guess 16, 14. That's my guess. There's a very slim chance it could be 19 actually. Any of those three would make sense. I just realised he's been down here a day and he's not showing any signs of radiation sickness. Which doesn't guarantee it's safe here, but it is encouraging.
That corpse looks like another soldier.
I don't quite understand why you can't pick up the bolt. In either case.
A bolt to the head is...
Oh, I do wish I'd read that, read that text that came up before. Look at the way that sign's swaying about. Yeah, I got no idea. No idea where we're gonna find some bolts. Actually, I'll have one final check in the room we just came from, because I know there was a box in there we didn't investigate. Yeah, over here. Doesn't seem to be interactable though.
It would probably just... McTeague? There's a maintenance...
Alrighty. Right, let's try 16, 14. I didn't do anything. 18? 19. None of them did anything. That's, not ideal.
This reactor looks worse. That corpse is just...
Well, blimey, I didn't expect to get a little stuck this early in the game. Let's go back and look at that control box again.
It's some kind of control box with a plate on it. It's probably connected to the main power source in here. It's too corroded. This is the compliance plate, but it's too corroded to read. It's too...
Oh, I have a piece of paper. Maybe I could make a impression of it. All I would need is something coloured. Like a piece of chalk, a piece of...
That technician does need help, but getting back to find someone is going to take a while. I should do as he says and fix the reactor first. Then I can worry about getting him out of here.
Yeah, I was thinking more about going up and finding something you could mark a piece of paper with. The wax would do it. I could make a wax impression of it. I'd need a bolt though to shoot it down. Right, we have a way forward, so I just need to make it happen. Goodness me though, if this is the actual intended solution to the puzzle, I feel like this is quite a difficult game. Because I'm not sure... We'll see. It's just... I'm not sure a lot of people would have necessarily thought of making a impression on a piece of paper like that. I don't know, maybe they would have. It just strikes me as something that... an old thing to do. It's not something that a lot of people do nowadays, so I'm not sure it's the first thing a lot of people would have thought of. I want the
Never
bolt.
hurts to have some ammo.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, sorry. That corpse.
Apparently I needed to just left click on it when I was right clicking. I could have sworn I did both, but maybe not. Right, I would like... So I need to shoot the rope. That looks like rope, not chain. If it was chain, we'd probably have to try and shoot the candle through the glass, which would be more difficult. I need to shoot the rope and hope I can get the candle. Excellent. No idea where the bolt went.
The candle might be useful.
Oh yes, it
I'll
might.
take my bolt too.
Oh, the bolt was still in there. That's surprising. I could have sworn I would have both expected the bolt to just carry on and, you know, end up over here somewhere, and I thought that's what I saw, but apparently not. Right, let's see if this works. Yes! Oh, it's its serial number. I get it. Oh, this is working very well. Isn't this working in reverse, though? I'm pretty sure this is the wrong way round, because the letters were sticking up, weren't they? They were embossed, not debossed. So you'd expect them to be the red bits, not the paper-coloured bits. Oh, I do like this, though. The way they've done this, because I'm actually colouring this in dynamically. Like, if I didn't bother to take an engraving of all of this, presumably I wouldn't have. Not an engraving, a impression. You know, what I mean is this is actually a procedurally generated... texture. In-game. Still, we have the serial code. Hold up, I just want to check quickly. Was I going mad? I swear the letters were embossed, not debossed. Yeah, those are sticking out, aren't they? Not in. You can tell from the shadows. Yeah, I think that was backwards. Anyway. We got what we needed. Well, hey!
There we go. That wasn't too hard.
Good job. Now get over here.
That was faster than I expected. Maybe there's still time to...
Your optimism's cute, but I'm not going anywhere. Listen up, okay? This is how you can help me. Take this letter. It's going to Danton in the Market District. You should be able to find the right place if you ask around.
Danton? Who's that? I don't know anyone named Danton in the Market District.
You'll figure it out. Look, it's very important to me and to you that you deliver this letter.
I understand. I'll take care of it.
Great. Now for the second part of the deal. I need you to shoot me in the head, clean as you can.
No. I can't.
I'm in a lot of pain, kid. Let me die with some dignity. There's no way I'd get fixed up in time. We both know it. I want to go out on my own terms.
I don't know if I can.
Buck up, kid. It's a hard world, and in order to survive, you gotta do lots of things you don't like. Reaper be damned. I'll go out my own way. Please, let's just get this over with. In case you were wondering, this really hurts.
This makes things difficult. Because to actually make the proper value judgment here, I'd need to know a lot more about the world we find ourselves in. If he's been there for a day, and there's that little blood, I think it's hard to believe that the wound wouldn't have sealed itself by now. I mean, I realise initially it would have been the rock that was pressing down on the damaged leg that would have been stopping blood flow, but the blood that had been in there would have clotted. And so I suspect it's probably safe to take the stone off him now. Of course, his pelvis might be shattered, which would be suboptimal. If his pelvis is shattered, I don't think he's getting back from... Well, I don't think he'll ever be anything but severely disabled. Unless he was seen by a very competent doctor. Because they'd have to somehow try to reset his pelvis, which might be in several pieces. As long as the stump didn't get infected, though, he probably would survive.
Mister?
That's enough, kid. Keep your word.
But given that's not an option that I'm being given here, I assume it's not an option. I assume I can't just run off and tell someone else in the game world, since the choice seems to be either leave him to die here slowly, or put an end to it now. I think it probably is the more... the better thing to do to let him have a clean death. Although I'm not quite sure why I can't give him the crossbow. Why I have to be the one to actually do it. I don't want to do it, but... So what keeps going through my head is, I don't want to do it, I'd rather him try to live. But if I just walk away from here, am I ever going to get a chance to come back here with help? In-game. Because if I'm not, he's just going to die a very slow, painful death, which would not be very nice. Am I allowed to leave?
Where are you going? You made a promise to me, kid. You're gonna force me to die slow?
I don't think I can kill you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and 2 weeks ago you probably didn't think you would be here. Life's hard, Peaches. Make mine easier, and just do it.
I can't just leave him. I made a promise.
Okay, I don't actually have a choice.
I can't just leave him. I made a promise.
Because the thing is, he's been here for a day already. So... I mean, what I was thinking is... How much worse would it be, or how much worse could the situation become if we just left and spent 1 hour, just 1 hour, looking for someone that could help? And then come out and put him out of his misery if we couldn't. Because even if we're a long way from whatever civilization is now, there's still a chance there might be someone nearby, and we wouldn't know if we didn't check. But it seems the game's made the decision for me.
Last chance. Are you sure about this?
Completely. You can do it.
Well, this got very dark.
Yes.
What was your name again? It's been so long since I heard Cooper talk about you.
It's Amy. What's yours?
Not important.
It's for me.
Beg your pardon?
You asked before about my taking this job, who the vaccine was for. It's for me. I started feeling the symptoms about a week ago, and, well, I'm desperate.
Ah, shit. I'm so sorry. What's happening to you? What happened to your old man? It's not fair. You can make it right, Amy. Just deliver the letter, and everything will change. You'll see. Thank you. I wish you nothing but the best.
She's trembling. Oh. Well, that was unpleasant. 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, interesting.
This has really gone and thrown a wrench in the works.
Has it? All you've been asked to do is deliver a letter.
Anyone wishing to enter the vaccine lottery may do so by visiting the appropriate ministry and applying for a work permit.
Appropriate ministry? So there are multiple ministries that might be appropriate, depending upon the person. Interesting.
Attention citizens. If you spot anyone with signs of advanced green lung, be sure to report them to the Ministry of Medicine. Doing so will save lives.
Yeah, and are they going to be euthanized by any chance?
A shard of uranium glass. The sun's UV rays make it glow green like that. They're the main source of artificial light in the city.
A reminder to all citizens. The next drawing in the vaccine lottery will be held tomorrow at sundown.
By the 1950s, they must have known that would be a really bad idea. Because you'd already seen radiation sickness in Japan after the dropping of the 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So I think by then they definitely understood that exposure to radiation could cause those sort of problems. I mean, I think they knew. I think they'd already worked out a lot of that after the First World War, because didn't Mary Curie do a lot of work on the early X-rays, and she ended up dying of radiation poisoning? So that's a bit confusing, why they would think that's a good idea, having uranium glass. Because they're advanced enough to have nuclear reactors, but not advanced enough to realise... Oh no, because she said radiation, great. So she knows exposure to radiation is bad. Huh.
A reminder to all citizens, the next drawing in the vaccine lottery will be held tomorrow at sundown.
I think there's something we're missing here. Anyway, what I was going to say, she doesn't have to deliver the letter if she really doesn't want to. So I don't see how that's changed her plans. You know, I don't see the justification for there's a spanner in the works, rather. I don't think it's that bad at this point. But at worst, she just has to deliver a letter. Like, how bad can that be?
What idiot would leave this wood lying around? It's in such good condition.
Can we take some wood?
I can't believe this hasn't been scavenged yet. Wood in this condition is so tough to find.
That means they probably don't have many natural trees left. Because if they had forests that they were looking after, if they had copse, then they'd have plenty of good wood. So whatever has caused the collapse of human society must have caused wider ecological collapse, I would assume. I mean, that's certainly consistent with the dead trees here and those ominous skies.
A reminder to all citizens, the next drawing in the
But then what are they eating?
will be held tomorrow at sundown.
And it also makes it less likely that this green lung, whatever it is just a disease that's targeting humans. Because most diseases target a specific species.
Ministry of Medicine will continue conducting weekly screenings for green lung.
It would be very strange to have a disease that could equally kill humans and trees, because they're so biologically different. So perhaps... Could green lung just be lung cancer or something?
In remembrance of Blast Day.
Blast Day? Is this just a post-nuclear disaster? Like if the Cold War went hot?
It's good to see at least some plant growth in this area, even if it is just a bunch of weeds.
Right, so not all plants have been wiped out, but it sounds like a lot have.
What an eyesore. At least someone made it nicer by hanging some shards on the branches. Looks like this was abandoned here a very long time ago. It's an early 20th century model. Probably belonged to an old antique collector, or some big shot salesman. At any rate, it's just junk now.
Early 20th century model. Right, so this isn't a contemporary car with when the disaster happened.
Anyone with signs of advanced green lung, be sure to report them to the Ministry of Medicine. Doing so will
They
save
must have
lives.
reached at least the 1950s then. Quite possibly quite a lot later.
Nothing useful in this wreck.
Okie doke.
A
Not even
reminder
a
to all
engine?
citizens, the next drawing in the
Might look
vaccine
nice on my
lottery
wall,
will be
but
held
I'll leave it be
tomorrow
for
at
now.
sundown.
Right, so these signs no longer have any use and aren't protected by law, presumably.
An old speed limit sign. It's been ages since anything traveled down a road that fast.
Interesting. And you did say road, so there's a possibility there's still trains. So am I to understand that
This is a reminder that the Ministry of Medicine will continue conducting
cars
weekly
aren't
screenings
really a
for
thing
green lung.
anymore? Perhaps they were scavenged for parts, or possibly they just don't have the manufacturing to maintain them? Some cars would be fine though. Like, even if
Attention
we
citizens,
completely
2
lost the
minutes of
ability to
silence will be
manufacture new
observed
car
this evening at
parts,
sundown in remembrance of Blasted
and
Day.
while most cars would stop working and not be repairable, there would be you would be able to scavenge parts which just happen to be in particularly good condition, you know, particularly well manufactured, to make a working vehicle for a very long time. I mean, look at how well some vintage car enthusiasts manage to look after their vehicles without having to change the parts that often.
Hmm.
More Reaper cultist graffiti. Looks like someone died nearby.
Reaper cultists. Right. Reaper cultists graffiti.
All citizens, the next drawing in the vaccine lottery will be held tomorrow at sundown.
Someone... We say someone died nearby. There's a body there, isn't there?
Citizens, this is a reminder.
And do you remember that the man at the beginning of the game said that he's crawling towards the Reaper? I interpreted that rather literally. That, well, okay, so I suppose I mean the exact opposite of literally. I suppose I mean I interpreted it rather figuratively. That he was just referring to the Grim Reaper and getting closer to him, but dying slowly. But perhaps there was more to it than that. Right, I think we've done everything we can on this screen. And there appears to only be one exit, so let's leave. A raven. Lots of references to ravens, lots of references to the Reaper. Oh, ravens are doing alright then. So trees have mostly been wiped out, but ravens are okay. Interesting. Because it's hard to imagine a disaster where plant life is hit hard and animal life isn't, because ultimately the ecosystems on land rest on top of plants. Most do in the sea as well, unless you're talking about life around a deep sea volcanic fissure or something like that. So if plant life is largely wiped out, you'd expect animal life to be wiped out too. Amy's home, Market District West, Market District East, Ministry of Energy. I assume we're going to the Ministry of Energy to speak to Tiberius. Notable, we can't go back to the place that we were before. This is very interesting. Notable, we can't go back to the place we were just before. And that we did collect the wood, but presumably didn't have to. So, is this going to enable us to do something that otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do? I don't know. So why are these men dressed like 18th century French troops? Bit odd, don't you think?
Hello, I'm here to see Tiberius.
Very well. Proceed.
So they have access to wood. With a statue here. Is that a modern statue? Do we still have artisans? Because that seems like a bit of a contradiction. You wouldn't... If a society was struggling so much that it was struggling to keep all its people alive, you wouldn't expect the arts to be doing well.
I'm afraid to breathe too close to this thing, let alone touch it. The leg doesn't look like it's too stable. Tiberius, in all his glory. I wonder what happened to the leg.
What am I supposed to interpret about the leg? Is it made out of some uranium enriched material? Is that why she said she doesn't want to breathe near it? Interesting. So if this is Tiberius, then yeah, this is modern. Very strange. Are we supposed to believe that after some post-apocalyptic event, like the Cold War turned hot, that society then tried to revert to an earlier century? Because I'm not sure it would happen like that. I could imagine the military going backwards in technology, though. I could imagine a situation where, okay, we can't make missiles, we can make muskets. Better that we have muskets than nothing. Although you do still need quite an impressive manufacturing base just to make standardized muskets on a large scale. Very odd.
It's beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen so many shards in one place like that. I'd better not get too close. If that thing comes crashing down, it'll be a nightmare. Hard at work, making sure this place doesn't collapse.
Right.
It's nice to see someone can afford to make repairs to their home.
Oh, so the Ministry of Energy is Tiberius's home. Right, that's worth writing down. And are we in France? Is that where we are? Interesting.
It would be rude to disturb them.
Okay, so we're not supposed to go over here then. Let's keep going.
Welcome back, miss. I trust the job went well?
Well enough. Can I go up?
Yes, but I'm afraid we're going to have to hold on to your weapon. I'm sure you understand.
I do. Here you go.
Thank you. Take the elevator to the top floor and let the soothsayer know you've arrived.
Ah, the soothsayer. Right.
He's harmless.
Soothsayer?
If he tries to tell your fortune, just go with it. Makes him feel important.
Thanks for the advice.
I should write a list of people, shouldn't I? So we have injured man who's deceased now. We have Amy, what was her surname? Amy Wellard and Cooper Wellard. So Amy Wellard is the protagonist. Cooper Wellard. Our father. We have Tiberius, an aristocrat. And we have the soothsayer now, who I assume we're about to meet. Actually, maybe I'd have been better off examining that area a bit more. Too late now.
Keep it together. This'll be over soon.
Wait, you can't vaccinate against lung cancer. If that is what we have.
Ah, hello. Please, come in.
It's full of shards. Pretty, but I don't think it would help keep anyone warm.
No, that's what I was thinking.
It's hard to say exactly what, but something about this decoration is extremely unsettling. It's hard to... Creepy. I wonder who that used to be.
Yeah, that skull.
If that's supposed to make this place any less spooky, it's not doing a very good job of it. I think it's supposed to be a painting of someone riding a horse, but it's too abstract for me to be able to say for sure.
Interesting.
A bunch of baubles and trinkets. No idea what they could be for.
You are the girl who was sent to repair the reactor, are you not?
Yes, that's right. I've done the job.
Excellent. Minister Tiberius will be most pleased. I have been authorized to give you your payment. 1 ticket for tomorrow's lottery drawing. Oh my.
Is something wrong?
Your aura. I felt it when I brushed your hand.
My aura?
Yes. You must allow me to give you spiritual counsel. I sense great turmoil within you.
No, that's okay.
Please, I insist. There is no need to be afraid of the spirits. I can promise they are more afraid of you.
Oh, what the hell.
I'll need both hands, please. Now please, relax. I need to study your aura. Interesting. Your soul appears to have a tiny seam right in the center. A loose thread, dangerously close to unraveling. The source of this seems to be a decision which torments you. What did you encounter on your job, if I may ask?
I met a dying man. He made me promise to deliver a letter.
I see. Do you have this letter with you?
Yes, it's right here.
No!
May I see it? I feel it has great importance. Yes. Fascinating. Minister Tiberius would be most interested in this. You should speak with him about it. He is just up the stairs. You may tell him I have sent you.
Thanks. That was very informative.
Think nothing of it.
So whatever was in the letter is probably against the interests of the aristocracy, I would guess. Or it could be, that's a danger. It's still sealed. So he didn't open it.
It's soaked in that poor man's blood.
So at most he could have... At most he could have seen the name Danton and concluded something. Right, so my thinking is, if Tiberius takes a letter of us and destroys it, or just keeps it from us, we can't deliver it, that may cause problems down the road. Arguably we should read it to see what it actually says. If we do that, we break the seal, so whoever we give it to will know that it could have been tampered with. But of course, if it's been destroyed and we've read it, then at least we could tell them what was in it and they can decide whether they believe us or not. The trouble is, the soothsayer is right here, and if he sees us read it, then he may tell Tiberius that we have knowledge we shouldn't have. So unfortunately, I think we just have to head upstairs and hope that there's at least one room between us and Tiberius in which we could read the letter.
Hello?
Yes? What is it, citizen?
Your soothsayer gave me my ticket, but he said I should see you.
Ah, a lottery worker. Thank you for your service. What was your task?
The broken reactor in Sector 82. You had sent another technician ahead before me.
Ah, yes, of course. The one that never reported back. I take it you made his acquaintance.
I did. He had been crushed under some rubble. I had to...
Yes, quite unfortunate. I suppose you can consider yourself lucky that you did not meet the same fate. Perhaps this good fortune will continue for tomorrow's lottery drawing. Now then, what exactly did you want to speak to me about, Miss...
Wellard. Amy Wellard. Well, the man who died, he gave me this letter.
Oh? And he wanted you to deliver it to me?
No, actually. He asked me to deliver it to someone called Danton.
I beg your pardon. Did you say Danton?
Yes. Somewhere in the market district.
I see. Do you intend to honor this man's dying wish?
Yes. I made a promise and I plan to keep it.
Then I wish you the best of luck in your endeavor. A word of warning, however. I've heard that this Danton runs in rather undesirable social circles.
I'm sure I could take care of myself.
I have no doubt that you can. However, I also think it would behoove you to refrain from mentioning any contact with me. Once you have delivered your letter, come back here. I believe I will have more work for you, with better pay. You are interested in more work, aren't you?
I don't know. That last job was pretty dangerous, and I...
Very well. You have your payment. If you choose to return for more work, I will not turn you away. Know, however, that my generosity has its limits. Now, if you've nothing else to discuss, I bid you good day.
Look at that woman in the portrait in the background.
I'm sorry, my sweet boy. Where were we in today's lesson?
That was an interesting thing to say on the way out. Yeah, I get the impression that we're being used here to try and identify who this Danton is. They possibly don't know who he is. And perhaps they're going to have people follow us or something to see where we go, so that if we do find Danton, they've identified him. Could be wrong. I really like that gas mask, though. The one that had that beautiful porcelain face, which had been painted on. That was lovely. Really nice idea.
Your aura is one of the more vibrant ones I have seen in some time.
Okay.
Okay, so I can ask him about this Danton. I'm not going to open the letter then, since that would break the seal. Oh, now I don't have a chance to
Here's your
examine the
weapon
other room.
By order of Tiberius, I've restocked your crossbow with a couple of bolts. Consider it a gift from the Ministry for your loyal service.
Thanks.
Soothsayer give you any trouble?
No, but he didn't exactly impress me with his insight. I mean, he didn't even tell me I was... Anyway, I might be back later.
You were what? That you had the green lung? Well, he must have known that because you wanted to be part of the lottery. Oh no, I suppose he could have assumed you were doing it for someone else. Or are you something else? What else could she be? With child? Of noble blood? That seems unlikely though. I don't know. Well, let's go to her home to begin with. I noticed that the
Reaper watches from the skies and sends ahead his birds. They let him know when someone dies, their mortal souls he herds. If you can't hear singing, but you see their eyes glow red, the Reaper will be coming to take away the dead. When the Reaper comes around, he'll take away your soul, put you in his pocket, and take you for a stroll. Beware the red-eyed ravens, they mean the Reaper's near. He'll take away your loved ones and all whom you hold dear. The Reaper watches from the skies and sends ahead his birds. They let him know when someone dies.
Red-eyed ravens, sorry. Red-eyed ravens.
If you can't hear singing, but you see their eyes glow red, the Reaper
Yeah, the circles on the map, they glow if you haven't been there, I think. And they don't glow if you have.
I can't get to the flowers. They're sealed up inside the booth.
And take you for a stroll.
Interesting.
Looks like there's a plant growing inside this booth. Those are some pretty blue flowers.
Beware the red-eyed
The
ravens.
aristocracy,
They mean
guiding
the
tomorrow's
Reapers
youth.
near.
I know I
They'll
certainly
take
wouldn't want them
away
getting
your
that
loved
close to
ones
me
and
if I
all
was a
whom
kid.
you hold dear.
Interesting, why not?
I'd love to tear it down, but it's practically fused to the wall.
So you don't have a high opinion of the so-called aristocracy then?
The Reaper watches from the skies.
If a plant's managed to grow in there successfully, no one's been in there for a long time, which implies that the phone networks are down, which I suppose isn't that surprising.
It's way beyond repair, and closing it wouldn't really serve
The
much of a
Reaper will
purpose.
be coming to take away the dead.
It's nice to be home. I just wish I could forget about everything and stay in for the rest of the day. A bunch of my old projects. Most of them are broken, but they have sentimental value. It took quite a while, but I've finally been able to amass a decent set of tools.
Oh dear. Let's hope they don't get stolen.
No, these tools are for restoration work only. I'm not risking damaging them out there. That's my cast iron bucket. It comes in handy when I need to heat things up. You're coming with me, Bucket.
Don't know what we need it for, but good to know we have it. Oh, that must be her father. Denby and Gus.
Nice to see not much has changed with these two.
Younger siblings, perhaps?
Not the most flattering angle, but it's a nice picture anyway. He was always so happy when we were fixing things together.
So he has passed on, and we have reason to believe. It was due to the green lung. Because the man we found mentioned about Cooper Wellard suffering from the same thing she does.
I should really start getting into the habit of making my bed. You'll be done one day soon, I promise. I won't let Dad down.
Oh, is it the same car?
Not the most
But, that's interesting. Why? Why are you restoring a car in an age where apparently nothing's moved along the roads at 60 miles an hour for a long, long time? Do you even have the petrol to run it, if you could get it working? And what do you hope to do with it? Sell it to the aristocracy for enough money to retire on?
This was taken shortly after they were married. They look so happy.
I wonder if that was before the disaster.
The hubcap from the first car I ever worked on. There wasn't much oil in the last can I found. Hopefully the next one will be fuller.
So she's collecting oil. Not petrol, oil.
The old family computer. Hasn't worked in years, but I remember playing games on it with Dad.
Interesting. Alright. If that's a PC, when did the IBM PC come out? That was in the 1980s, I think? Looks, judging by the bulk of it, it looks more like a cathode ray tube to me than a LCD display. The IBM PC released on August August the 12th, 1981. So they were at least up to the 80s before whatever happened.
It's not in working condition. The motherboard fried a long time ago, and I haven't been able to find a new one anywhere.
Right. Let's add those to the to-do list. I don't know if this is something we're actually going to need to do, but... Find... motherboard... for PC. Find... oil... for car restoration. Right. I can't help but think that a lot of the stuff she's got here must be quite valuable in these times. And she doesn't appear to have a very secure home. So it's very notable that she hasn't been robbed. Makes you wonder if there is actually some sort of law and order.
One of many tools of the trade. Various mechanical parts, and junk I've picked up to use in my projects. While I like looking at my childhood knickknacks, none of them will do me any good out there. I keep stuff in here sometimes, but lately it's more decorative than functional. It's empty. I haven't kept anything in there for years.
I think we've searched everything in here. Oh look, more uranium glass. Right, well, we've got a bucket.
When the Reaper comes around, he'll take...
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi, Amy.
Where'd you get that jump rope?
Where did you kids find that jump rope?
Jimmy found it in a field behind his house. Pretty cool, huh? We haven't had something like this to play with in a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
A rope would be pretty valuable if they genuinely didn't have any other form of reliable cordage they could make. Can I have a turn?
How about letting me have a turn?
Really?
Sure, I was pretty good at jumping a rope when I was a kid.
Well, okay.
Let's hope this goes well. I have no idea what these are. I assume these are all rhymes. Last night and the night before.
Last night and the night before, my lungs were feeling kind of sore.
This is getting dark, isn't it?
Stay at home or put me in the quarantine zone. Mama, mama, I feel sick. Call the doctor, quick, quick, quick. Doctor, doctor, will I die? Close your eyes and count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still alive and on channel 5.
Interesting. So they still have doctors, or at least understand the concept of a doctor. They seem to have television, or at least understand the concept of television. Could that be a rhyme that came about just during the collapse? Could they have had television and doctors at one point, but people were dying from some sort of lung disease? Miss Mary Mac.
Miss Mary Mac, 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 all dressed in black, 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 because her brother had an attack, tack, tack. He asked the ministry if they had work to get some medicine as a perk. He went away, and to this day, nobody knows if he's okay,
Well, that was dark.
Miss Susie went to market, she heard the ringing bell. The guards came for Miss Susie and sent her off to hello, Mr. Nero. Please do you have the time? If you don't stop and tell me, I'll kick your big behind the broken window. There was a piece of glass, Tiberius sat on it and cut up his dumb. Ask me no more questions, tell me no more lies. Germanicus and Claudius forgot to do their flies are on the bodies. Ravens in the park, Miss Susie saw the Reaper in the dark.
Interesting.
Cece, my playmate, come scavenge stuff with me, and we'll be jolly friends. Climb up the rotten tree, climb down this ladder into my secret room, and we'll be jolly friends till all goes boom.
Again, that could be a rhyme that was around at the time of the collapse. That's enough.
Okay, I think that's enough for me.
Well, the best thing that... Oh, child at heart. You're never too old to have fun. The best thing that came out of that was demonstrating that she could jump rope and sing at the same time, which shows, at least right at this moment, her lungs aren't too bad. I have to go.
I'll see you kids later.
Bye, Amy.
I'm not even going to bother to ask about going to school.
Red-eyed ravens. They mean the Reaper's near.
Yeah, there we go. These two don't have a green glow. This one does. So we have the Market District West and East. Gordon.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
Right, I should add them to the list. List of people. Gordon. Merchant. Why the face mask?
Are you feeling alright? It's strange to see you with a face mask.
I'm okay. Just being careful. I saw my neighbor cough up blood the other day, so...
What about your daughter?
She's staying at a friend's house while I'm out during the day. I got her wearing a cloth mask too. I just wish I could get her something better, like an actual gas mask.
Does sound like they think whatever this disease is, it's contagious. That wouldn't really figure with radiation poisoning. How's business?
Business doing okay, Gordon?
Could be better. Could always be better. I'm getting desperate, thinking of taking a lottery job.
I just came from doing one myself, actually.
No kidding. I was starting to wonder where you'd been lately. Who for?
Tiberius.
Oof. I don't envy you there. But I meant who was the vaccine for?
Oh, I just thought it might be good to have some. Just in case, you know?
That's not a bad idea at all. And you're young enough that those jobs make sense. I don't think I'm cut out for energy work myself. I'd probably go to resources and maybe knowledge.
Lottery jobs are still lottery jobs, Gordon. I don't think they get any easier based on ministry.
You're probably right. Well, I hope I sell a lot today then. How's the Quicksilver restoration going, by the way?
Slowly, as always. Still looking for those elusive parts.
Well, I wish you luck. I'm always on the lookout for you.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Find car parts for Quicksilver restoration. Do you think he realised that she has whatever this disease is? Because I didn't find her explanation very convincing. Have you heard of someone called Danton?
Do you know anyone around here named Danton?
Danton? Doesn't sound familiar. Sorry.
Anything good for sale today?
Have you got anything good for sale?
Nothing that would interest you currently, but I get new things in all the time. If you check back later, I'll let you know when I've got something you'll like.
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
As well as a to-do list, this time I want to have an interactable list so I don't forget about things in the...
Citizens, 2 minutes of silence will be observed this evening at sundown in remembrance of Blast Day.
So that I don't forget things in the game world that I should be thinking of coming back to, which don't make it onto the to-do list. Because occasionally you find something in these games and you're like, it feels like this is probably something, but I don't know what I can do with it yet. Oh, that happened in Primordia yesterday, didn't it? There was something... What was it? Something in the game world that I interacted with early on and then didn't go back to later on because I'd forgotten it. Forgotten that it was there. Oh, what was it?
A reminder to all citizens, the next drawing in the vaccine lottery will be held tomorrow at sundown.
Oh, it was... I think it was the heads on the pikes. Because, like, I remember remarking when I first came across it that, oh, hey, you know, we can zoom in on this. It seems like there's something to do here, but I don't know what it is. And then by the time I actually needed it in the game, I'd forgotten that it was there. So yeah, I want to just have a list of, on top of a to-do list, things that it seems like we might want to do. I want a list of things that we should remember to come back to at some point. And the fact that Gordon's shop restocks is one of those things.
Poor Gordon. He actually thinks this stuff is valuable. It's pointing into the alley, and it says Clem's Crockery.
Let's hope we don't get robbed. Clem.
How's it going, Clem?
Not so bad, Amy. What's up?
Do you get much business here?
How's business? Traffic in this alley isn't exactly bustling.
Yeah, but people know where to find me. I'm not starving, so I suppose I'm doing okay.
Why don't you move to a better location?
I've got my reasons.
I'll take your word for it.
What about you? Repair business going okay?
Yeah, I'm taking a little break for now, but it's been steady.
Hey, as long as life's cozy, you do what you want.
Would you happen to know someone called Danton?
I'm looking for someone named Danton.
The name sounds familiar, but...
But what?
What? I don't know if I could be of much help. Maybe if you had some more information.
About Danton.
Are you sure you can't tell me anything about Danton?
Sorry, Amy. I don't think I can. Maybe if you had something else besides just the name.
The letter? What's for sale?
Got anything good available today?
I glazed some of the bowls I made from the abandoned terracotta near the salt flats. Look at how they shine in the light.
That's lovely, but not really my style.
If I had a food voucher for every time somebody told me that.
Maybe if you had something with more color?
Yeah, I know. It just ain't so easy getting colored glazes. If business is bad, I don't want to waste them on pots that won't sell.
See you later, Clem.
Take care of yourself, Amy.
So I get the impression he may know exactly who Danton is. It might even possibly be him. But he doesn't want to reveal that fact to just anyone.
Clem, you know how I was asking about Danton? It's because I was given this letter to deliver. Does that ring any bells?
Not really. No. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks anyway.
So... Clem needs reminding about Danton. Made a note of that.
This door seems overly secure, considering it goes into an abandoned building. This door seems...
I wonder if the Danton we're looking for is actually inside that building and there's like a special knock or something.
Interesting. There's a chalkboard on the wall here. Looks like there's some fancy letters printed on it. Can't see any chalk though.
Tell me more. I kind of wanted to keep looking at that. B for UKN. Let's have a copy of this. B X4UKN. OIF7C. OIF7C. KY9DX. KY9DX. 5QBWU. 5QBWU. ZZX4J. ZZX4J. Right, I think that's all been accurately copied out. I don't see any immediate pattern to it. There definitely wasn't an A, was there? That looks almost like that fancy German script, doesn't it? Like with the D especially. Oh, I don't have a pointer here, but next to, between the 9 and the X on the third row. At first I was thinking, oh, could it be that I'm supposed to spell out Danton using that grid? And that, say, the row and the columns are the number of tabs? Or something like that. But we don't have all the letters. For example, we don't have an A, so far as I can see. We do have an O. We have an N. Don't have a T. Well, I'm sure whatever the use of that grid is, it will become apparent.
I wonder where Clem gets the materials to make all this stuff.
Good question. He did say that he was collecting the stuff himself, didn't he? He said he went down to, was it the salt fields, to pick
Hey, Amy.
some of the stuff up?
I suggest you brush up on your calligraphy.
Come again?
Just some advice, is all.
Do you have any less cryptic advice?
You'll figure it out.
Calligraphy. So drawing fancy
What
letters.
kind of advice is brush up on your calligraphy?
I feel like it's it's the link between Danton and that grid we just saw.
Anyone wishing to enter the vaccine lottery may do so by visiting the appropriate ministry and applying for a work permit.
Oh, do you think that Gordon actually does have green lung? And the whole story about sending his daughter away because his neighbour had it was just his way of addressing the fact he had it without losing face.
How's it going, Clem?
Not so bad, Amy. What's up?
Can you tell me about that chalkboard?
What's with the chalkboard on the wall?
That old thing? Been there as long as I can remember. Maybe the person who lived in the building used it as a message board. Who knows?
Why do I need to know
What
calligraphy?
did you mean when you said I should brush up on my calligraphy?
You know, Amy, when I was a kid, I learned two very important things. One was don't leave the kiln on when you're throwing clay. The other is that sometimes it pays to read between the lines. You get me?
I think I do. Yes. See you later, Clem.
Take care of yourself, Amy.
So to the to-do list. What's the to-do list? My notes for this game are already quite substantial. Brush up on calligraphy. Read between the lines. Well, I'm glad she understands what he's getting at, because I don't. Why can't it just stay on the screen? Well, because I've got my own copy of it, I don't need to. The danger is, though, if in some way the formatting mattered. You know, if the fact that they drew the D in a fancy way actually is important to solving the puzzle. I came back here to ask him about where he got his supplies from, to see if I could check if he did say that from the old, if he got some clay from the old salt fields, but apparently I can't ask him about that again. Reaper cultist, sounds like a jolly fellow.
Young lady, have you made peace with yourself and loved ones? Death is coming, and we must be prepared to welcome it with open arms.
What?
The Reaper patrols the skies in search of the next chosen one. Will it be you?
I don't think it will.
Do not be so quick to dismiss him. Was there something in particular you wanted?
I really should be going.
So be it.
Gus. Oh. From the photo. Because there was, what was it, Gus and Denby? I think it was. So this is possibly a brother?
Well, well. Look who decided to stop by.
Nice to see you too, Gus.
How can I be of service?
So how's the farm?
The farm holding up all right?
Not so great. We've been having a pretty rough year so far.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we'll recover, to be honest. I'm not even sure how much longer we'll be able to keep doing this. Might have to close up shop and head somewhere else. I wish Pop hadn't been so stubborn and invested in one of those automated farm hands. We could have been nice and comfy doing government work. And you could have gotten in on the action and fixed them for us when they broke. How come you never offered to repair stuff for the aristocrats anyway?
I apply every week, but they just don't want me, I guess. It's fine. I get by with my freelance repairs.
Yeah, well.
Interesting. And yeah, there's a dead chicken, so they are farming. That is what people are eating. And there is some sort of... There is definitely some sort of government. It's not just powerful people. And it sounds like they're subsidising types of farming that are very efficient, which makes absolute sense. What have we got for sale today?
What's on sale today?
See for yourself. Stock's a bit limited, but I've got this chicken and some slabs of meat. They're a bit scrawny, but salt and dry them and they should last you a fair bit. See anything you fancy?
It all looks nice, Gus, but I haven't got anything to trade.
Could give you something on credit, you know that.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate the offer, but I'm okay. I'll come back if it's been a few days.
Don't let it get to that point if you can. It's not healthy. You need to eat.
You're starting to sound like Marishka.
Marishka? Who's Marishka? Okay. Gus sells meat. So that's in my interactable list. Things I mustn't forget. Marishka. We don't know who that is. I'm looking for someone called Danton.
Do you know someone called Danton?
Danton? Never heard of him. Sorry.
See you later, Gus.
You bet.
Customer.
Better not. Gus wouldn't appreciate me distracting his customers.
Too well. Interesting.
Hi, Denby.
Oh, hi, Amy.
There's Denby. Are you up to something?
What are you up to?
Oh, you know, standing, breathing, the usual.
So, what's that behind you then?
Oh, that? Just my latest piece, in the works.
Another art project?
Yeah, I need to take a break from forging handwriting. It pays the bills, but doesn't feed the soul.
Everyone needs a hobby, I guess.
Anyway, I've got this chalk, so I'm trying to, think of something funny to put on the wall. I just haven't gotten any good ideas yet.
Right, Denby has chalk and forges handwriting. Oh, do I miss the data pad in Primordia. Where did the chalk come from?
Where did you get that chalk, anyway?
I made it.
You made it.
Yeah, from Marichka's dandruff. Gross, but effective.
Quit messing around, Denby.
Fine. You promise not to tell anyone?
Promise.
Okay, well, I was scavenging around Fripp Square, and I broke into one of the classrooms at the fancy rich kid school.
Denby.
There wasn't anyone around. It's not like they'll miss it.
I swear, Denby, I am not pulling your ass out of jail.
I know what I'm doing. Besides, they deserve it. People are starving out here, and the aristocrats are just sitting around powdering their wigs.
Wait, if this is France, is this all leading up to another revolution? Could I have some chalk?
So, do you need all that chalk? Can I have some?
Sorry, Amy, I only have one piece, and I need it to finish this drawing.
Not even a tiny little bit?
I can't. You want some? Help me break into the place next time.
Next time?
I mean, never again. Ever, ever.
Have you heard of someone called Danton?
Do you know of someone called Danton?
No. That's a pretty stupid sounding name if you ask me.
Give Denby an idea for his drawing. That's going on the to-do list. I've also just started a places list. Wow, I say a places list. I've added it to another just bits of lore in the world list I already had. Oh, there's Marichka. The more I play these adventure games, the more notes I seem to be taking.
Hello, Marichka.
Amy, hello.
Everything going okay?
How's the day treating you so far?
Well enough. Luckily, the guard bell hasn't sounded today. I get so upset when they come through here.
Have they been coming through here a lot lately?
A bit more than normal. It makes me so mad.
I know, it's annoying. But just try to forget about it. As long as they don't bother you, it doesn't matter.
Do you know anyone called Danton?
I'm looking for someone named Danton. Do you know who that is?
Danton? Danton. No, never heard of that person before. Who is it?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, good luck to you.
I have to go now.
Okay, you come back and see me again soon, all right?
There's an interesting human figure in the background. That large statue. Nelson, bookstand. Pump.
This handle siphons the water up from the ground and into the well. This water might not be the cleanest, but at least it's drinkable.
Okay, so on my...
Citizens, 2 minutes of silence will be observed this evening at sundown in
Yeah.
remembrance of Blast Day.
So on my interactable list, the well has water, and I have a bucket, but I have no reason to want a bucket of water at this stage.
Looks like it could come crashing down at any moment.
Let's have a word with Nelson.
Hi, Nelson.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
Nelson. Merchant. Oh, Denby and Gus. So Gus is meat vendor, and Denby is forger and artist. Possibly a burglar as well. How many visitors today?
Have you had many visitors today?
You're the first, but the day is still young. I'm sure someone will come along.
Why don't you sell your books?
Wouldn't it make more sense for you to sell your books?
Knowledge should always be free, Amy. Anyone can borrow what I have. Remember, if you ever want to take a break and enjoy a book, you're welcome to.
Oh, a lovely man. Right. Nelson has books to borrow. Tell me what it was like before the bombs. So this confirms it. It's definitely bombs that were dropped. I mean, with things like Blast Day being mentioned, it seemed very likely. And of course all the evidence of some form of nuclear disaster. But this is our first definitive reference to bombs, I believe.
Could you tell me what it was like before the bombs?
Yes, of course. It's always nice to recall the old days. On sunny days, the sky used to be a beautiful shade of blue. You remember that?
Vaguely. I was only 5 when the bombs fell.
There's a lot of photos of it in my books, so the memory isn't completely lost, but it's not quite the same.
Amy was 5 when the bombs fell. Now, assuming she wasn't conceived out of wedlock, that implies that the picture just after her parents got married does predate the bombs. Do you know someone called Danton?
Have you heard of someone called Danton?
Danton? I know a historical figure named Danton. Is that who you mean?
I'm not sure exactly. I'm looking for someone who goes by the name Danton.
Ah, well, then I'm afraid I can't help you with that.
Could I read for a while?
I think I'd like to read for a while, if that's okay.
Of course. What subject are you interested in reading about?
I want to know who the historical Danton was. Oh, and calligraphy. History.
I'm interested in learning something about history.
Wonderful. I think I've got just the book for you.
A Time of Unrest by Dr. H. What's that? Pert? Or Pearl? Pearl, I think. Maybe we'll be reading all these books. The shadow of a third world war has been looming over our society for years. Seemingly every new conflict, no matter the scale, has at some point been regarded as a potential global war. Entering the 21st century, we as a society seem to have felt a full sense of security. It had been over 60 years since the start of World War II, and despite close calls such as the Cuban Missile Crisis during the Cold War and the Iraqi wars of the late 20th, early 21st centuries, nothing had escalated to a global scale. The current conflict between the socialist powers of Asia and the Oceanic Republic, however, seems the likeliest to become the much feared World War III. Okay, so they did make it into the 21st century before the bombs fell. That's very interesting. I know who they'd be referring to by the socialist powers of Asia, but I'm not so sure about the Oceanic Republic. The SPA... Is that OR? Conflict began shortly after the turn of the century and has been ongoing for 20 years. At its root is a territorial dispute over the Pacific island of Lapao, from which the OR conducts much of its offshore drilling for petroleum. The SPA claims rights to the island, as it was formerly part of the coalition before claiming independence and subsequently being annexed by the OR in 2035. Oh goodness! So this is written... This is before the bombs fell, but it's post the date when I'm streaming now. So they have... So in theory, they should have access to technology which is slightly more advanced than I have as I speak now. Who knows? I mean, in all likelihood, no one will watch this stream very far into the future, but there's a slim chance someone could be watching this in 200 years' time or something, and 2035 seems a very long time ago. Right, making notes. SPA-OR conflict. If you are watching this in the far distant future, or my future, I do hope things have gone a lot better for you than it has for the imaginary people in this video game. Despite the signing of peace treaties on at least 2 occasions, the conflict is reignited and continued. Surrounding countries have felt pressure from both sides to get involved, but the geopolitical implications of doing so have stopped them. However, with recent developments in the SPA's research into chemical weapons, they may soon not have much of a choice. That was a short book.
Hi, Nelson.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
Could I read for a while?
I think I'd like to read for a while, if that's okay.
Of course. What subject are you interested in reading about?
If I select history, do I get the same book?
I'm interested in learning something about history.
Wonderful. I think I've got just the book for you.
Yes.
Hi, Nelson.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
I'd like to
I
read
think
for a
I'd like
while.
to read for a while, if that's okay.
Of course. What subject are you interested in reading about?
Art.
I'd like to read something about art.
Wonderful. I think I've got just the book for you.
You better not give me the same book again. Modern artists. Marian Budersky. Rail Bay. P.C. Hadel. A characteristically moody piece, Hadel's warm colours and energetic brush strokes are in full force here. Painted before his death, this scene shows the artist returning to his roots and capturing the bay near his childhood home. It's widely considered the artist's best work, and now hangs in the Melbourne Art Gallery. Out of curiosity, is that a actual artist? As opposed to a fictional character? Not that I can tell. Not that a quick Google search reveals. The Pit. Eleanor who? That looks a bit like Itchy, but I assume that's not what it says. Themes of death and torment were common in Ilchi's work, although rarely treated this seriously. Wretched, desperate figures try to pull themselves and each other from the pit of hell, a scene shown in bold, angry colours. Eleanor would never return to the subject with such melancholy again, preferring to joke with and taunt death in her works instead. I should probably be writing these names down in my notes. In the off chance this comes up again. Might give me some inspiration to suggest things to Denby. Right, The Pit. What else do we have? Oh, that's it. I hate to be critical of Nelson, who's been very generous to share his books with us, but I think some pages may be missing.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
I'd like to read for a while.
If that's okay.
Of course. What subject are you interested in reading about?
Philosophy.
I'm interested in reading about philosophy.
Wonderful. I think I've got just the book for you.
The Nature of Man by T.N. Huan. I won't bother writing down the author. I think it's unlikely that will come up again. The nature of man has been debated for centuries. There are two questions which have often been asked, and whose answers have been debated ever since. These questions are the following. Can the nature of man be changed, and what can change the nature of man? To some, the nature of man is apparent from birth, and though life experiences may shape and form personality, a man's true nature, or self, will not change. To this school of thought, the evil will remain evil, and the good will remain good throughout their lives. To others, the nature of man can in fact be changed, which raises the second question. Some have given examples of extreme changes in people, driven by such motives as revenge, love, fear, or regret. However, it cannot be universally agreed upon which of these things can truly change the nature of man. And that was the end of the book.
Hi, Nelson.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
I'd like to read for a while.
If that's okay.
And now for calligraphy.
What subject are you interested in reading about?
Which will hopefully help us with the Danton puzzle.
I feel I need to brush up on my calligraphy.
You don't say. In that case, allow me to give you one of my books on the subject. It will definitely help you.
Oh, that was a bit slightly different dialogue there. Oh, we don't just sit down and read it there. Neo-Gothic calligraphy. Oh, it's Gothic calligraphy. When I said it was that old German script, it is, isn't it? It's Gothic. Interesting. W-O-R-D, word. Ah, have they filled in the grid? This grid is presumably here to help you know the proportions of each of the strokes. Has someone separately come along and added these letters later on to tell us which squares to pay attention to in that other grid? Which I did copy out in my notes somewhere, if I can find it. What would we get? We'd get C, Q, U and 4, which seems unlikely. But that does appear to be correct. If we were to take those letters out of the other grid that we saw, which was a 5x5 grid, we'd get the letters C, Q, U and 4, which isn't much help. Is there some other way I'm supposed to be able to determine? Or is there some other pattern here that I'm missing? Don't get it. I remember I was told to read between the lines, wasn't I?
A reminder to all citizens, the next drawing in the vaccine.
Alright, let's head out. There's another part of the market district that we haven't been to yet. So let's head there, see what we can find there, make some more notes, and then maybe we'll come back and try and solve this Danton puzzle. I mean, we've got the book on us, which helps. Market District East. Oh, okay, we have been here. It's the same scene then, but we can approach it from two different directions. Interesting. Fair enough. I wonder if I can use the book on the grid and the character will figure something out.
I don't see how I can use that.
Alright, I think I do actually have to figure this out. I don't get how you go from this to that. Like, okay, I can see they're talking about the stroke order here. But what I don't get is why you would pick out those specific squares. What have these strokes got to do with those specific squares? Because the question would then be, if I know these are the strokes that lead to these squares, what squares are associated with these strokes, or these strokes, for example?
I don't think he'd be interested in that.
No? I take it it's the same, it hasn't changed. It is the same. So you can see it would be CQ, U, and 4. CQ, U, and 4. The 4 is absolutely baffling, isn't it? Like, if we had come up with just letters, you could think, okay, is it an anagram of something? But it can't be. Is there one of those fancy Fs in here? Not that I can see. Oh no, that's a fancy K, isn't it? Not an F. We have a fancy K, L, and M. There is a K there, it's not quite as fancy. Oh dear. I think I may be in for a challenging time with this video game. So they have shaded in the squares that are used as well. Which is interesting. Hang on. What I'm about to do is either a brilliant idea or a terrible idea. We'll have to wait a moment to find out which. Right, fill the bucket.
I can't see any reason to lug around a heavy bucket of water.
Oh, I was gonna pour the water over the chalkboard in the hopes that it reveals something that they'd perhaps written over. Something more helpful underneath. But okay, that's not it then. It definitely does say word, doesn't it? It wouldn't make any more sense, I don't think, to select the ones that are shaded here either. That doesn't lead to anything particularly helpful. Well, for anyone in chat who hasn't played this game before, I'm happy to brainstorm ideas. So to recap, we were asked to bring we were asked to deliver a letter to Danton. We spoke to Clem about Danton. They seemed to imply they knew who he was, but they were pretending not to know. And they suggested we brush up on our calligraphy. We discovered that there is a secure door out here which goes to what we think is an abandoned building, which seems strange. And there is this chalkboard here, which has a bunch of fancy Gothic characters on, in a 5x5 grid. And we managed to speak to Nelson, who lent us a book on Neo-Gothic calligraphy, and this is what's inside. I feel like these letters that have been added that say word must be, you know, a major part of solving the puzzle. Since they don't look like they were originally in the book. But I can't figure out what the relationship here really is. Actually, I got CQU4, didn't I? I'll tell you what, if I had some way to enter a code, that could be like a password. Can I click on parts of this? No.
How's it going, Clem?
Not so bad, Amy. What's up?
See you later, Clem.
Take care of yourself, Amy.
So what I'm thinking is if I wanted to create a really secure... Okay, maybe not a really secure, a fairly secure system of ensuring only the right people could enter, the sort of thing I could do is mark a book with the letters and numbers you should pay attention to, and then expect them to tap that out on the door in Morse code or something like that. And if I thought one passcode had been broken, then I could just update the chalkboard, as long as the system of generating the passcodes hadn't changed. Hadn't been discovered, is what I meant to say. That would in theory work. To be fair, Morse code would be well enough known that it probably would be figured out before long. Because if you were trying to decipher their code and you'd heard the code being correctly tapped out one day, then a very obvious thing you might do is look it up in Morse code, see that it's something random like CQU4, check the grid and be like, huh, they took those particular squares from the grid. But anyway, I don't know. Also, mechanically, in this game, how's it going to work? Like, if I actually know the solution, which I don't, but if I did, how would I enter it? What do I have? I have the letter. I'm not breaking the seal. The plank. The lottery ticket. The crossbow, the bucket, and the book. See, the sort of thing I was expecting is that I'd look at this grid of apparently random letters, I'd pick out the same squares that have word written on it, and then I'd get something back like, I don't know, vase or something like that, and then I would interact with that object.
Pretty. I wonder when it last held any flowers. Sale. Definitely not Clem's. He hasn't had a sale in years.
Is there anything I've missed? Maybe I could speak to Nelson about the book. Certainly if I think those letters were added later, he might be willing to speak to me about it.
Hi, Nelson.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
I'll see you later, Nelson.
I look forward to your return.
I don't think he'd be interested in that.
Wouldn't be interested in his book back. Okay, that suggests I've got as much out of this as I'm going to get. I find it hard to believe we're going to find anything useful at the Ministry of Energy. I find it hard to believe we're going to find anything more useful at Amy's home. All this points to the fact that the next stage is for me to just solve this puzzle. Oh, but I'm absolutely stuck. What is the significance of those calligraphic strokes? Because these letters, W-O-R-D, could have been written on any of these grids, but they weren't. They were written on this specific grid that had the entire letter K already drawn. Well, I do notice this one has a few more strokes that this one doesn't have, but other than that. Why? Why K? Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe the implication is this book has the entire alphabet in it, and that's why they've given us L and M, but it just so happens that K is the page in which they wrote these extra letters. I know it's CQU4. CQU4. What on earth can I do with that? I have two ways to interact here. In theory, if I assumed that, say, a knock was a dot and a buzz was a dash, I could communicate something more sophisticated. But I think it's really unlikely the game devs wanted me to actually look up Morse code and try to get in that way. But you know what? It's the only idea I've got. Let's try it. I really hope I'm wrong, because if I'm right, that just, you know, says something about the level of puzzle in this game that I am not happy about. Right, CQU4. C would be dash dot dash dot. Q would be dash dash dot dash. U would be dot dot dash. And 4 is dot 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 dash. Now, even if I'm right about this, which I'm not confident I am, we don't actually know which way round it is, which one's a dash and which one's a dot between the buzzer and the door, so we'd have to try this twice. Let's assume dash is the buzzer. Dash. Dot. Dash. Dot. Dash. Dash. Dot. Dash. Dot. Dot. Dash. Dot. 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 Dash. Nothing. Alright, we have to try it the other way round then. Dash. Dot. Dash. Dot. Dash. Dash. Dot. Dash. Dot. Dot. Dash. Dot. 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 Dash. Okay, I'm frankly relieved that didn't work. Can you imagine if that had been the puzzle solution? Word. Hold up. Let me copy this grid out again. I'll be copying within my notes. I don't need to bring it up again in game. But let's just copy it out again. So I have a second version of it. That's the end of row 2. End of row 3. End of row 4. Right, I've copied it out again. Now, supposing I actually draw this over the top, is anything revealed? Right, I've drawn it again. Nothing's particularly revealed. Letters and numbers that haven't been crossed out are Q, Z and Z, N7C, DX, W4J. The reason I wanted to copy this out again, obviously, because I didn't want to ruin the grid I already had. Hold on. What if I substituted in those letters at those locations? So the C becomes a W, the U becomes an R, the Q becomes an O, and the 4 becomes a D. Still nothing that I can discern. N7W, DX, OWR, ZZD, J. What if I drew over the remaining ones for these pages? Would that make any difference? I'm dubious that it would. Oh, it wouldn't. Yeah, there would be a few more characters taken out. But we've got no reason to believe these pages are particularly special. Because I don't think in-game this is supposed to be the entire book. Well, for a start, let's write down word next to CQU4, because that could be some sort of very small translation table. Like all 4s go to D, that type of thing. Or vice versa. Let's put this back the way it was before I did the substitutions. So the W goes back to a C. The O goes back to a Q. The R goes back to a U. Oh, I do wish you could see what I was doing here. And the D goes back to a J. No, a 4. Right, now let's try marking off the remaining ones. What do we end up with when we've marked all those off? We end up with N, C, X, R, Z, Z4. I get the feeling even if I tried to Sorry, I get the feeling even if I did substitutions, that wouldn't lead to anything. Just thinking for a minute how interesting that D corresponds to 4, given that D is the 4th letter of the alphabet. But I don't think that's anything notable. Yeah, because like O and Q are only 2 letters apart in the alphabet, aren't they? So if they'd done something like said that we're going to have the letters followed, or the numbers followed by the letters, and then we're going to shift the whole alphabet so that A becomes 1, B becomes 2, and then what would it be? I would be 9 and J would be A, for example. And then K would be B, and so on. You wouldn't end up with that which they had here. Is there no way to get clues in this game?
How's it going, Clem?
Not so bad, Amy. What's up?
See you later, Clem.
Take care of yourself.
I'm gonna look around for some sort of clue. This is... I'm utterly stuck on this one.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
Have you got anything good for sale?
Nothing that would interest you currently, but I get new things in all the time. If you check back later, I'll let you know when I've got something you'll like.
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
I can't speak to random passers-by. Interesting. Can't even select them.
Attention citizens. If you spot anyone with signs of advanced green lung, be sure to report them to the Ministry of Medicine. Doing so will save lives.
Keep up the good work, fellows.
Thank you. We will. Tiberius is not seeing anyone else right now. Please come again later.
Okay. Wait, are the aristocrats all going to be named after Roman emperors? Is that why when the children were singing that song they were talking about, well, I say emperors, notable names of Roman notables? Is that why they were talking about like Claudius and Germanicus? I mean, I was assuming they were referring to, for some reason, the Emperor Claudius and Germanicus that was it his brother? I think. But perhaps they weren't. It was Amy, wasn't it, that started using a bunch of Roman names. Oh, that will be the sky then, before the bombs dropped.
This was taken shortly after they were married. They look so happy. Nice to see not much has changed with these two.
Alright, having considered it, I think the nature of this puzzle is that we don't yet know how to interpret the information we've been given. I don't think it's a problem where we know what needs to be done, but we haven't solved it yet. You know, which could be the case, for example, with puzzles where you need to, say, rearrange components to make them fit in a certain way, but there's constraints to the way you can move them, or something like that. You know, those sorts of puzzles, you might know what needs to be done, but you just haven't figured out how to do it yet. And then you have to sit down and like figure out the algorithm or something. I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. I think we're dealing with, we've got some information, but we don't know what it means. Just making a note of something quickly. See, if they weren't trying to bring our attention to these 4 squares, then why wouldn't they have, say, highlighted these squares and then written word above it or word below it or something like that? It feels like they want us to pay attention to those squares. Also, all the other pages have... Actually, they don't. This page has those squares highlighted. This page has the squares that were written in highlighted. This one doesn't. That doesn't feel like an accident, but I don't know what to make of it. I've only just noticed that. Isn't that curious? They haven't highlighted they haven't shaded the squares that were drawn on in this diagram, but they did in this one and this one. And I still can't think of a simple explanation for how you would get from these squares being shaded to these being the squares you're interested in, which would then allow me to do the same with other letters, for example. I really doubt this was supposed to be an extremely hard puzzle. You know, I'd be surprised if this was a sort of game where they expected to throw a puzzle at you and then, you know, it takes you a week or 2 weeks to solve it. And then you just really slowly make your way through the game over a year or something like that. That seems unlikely. It seems more likely that there's a simple, straightforward explanation, but I'm missing something.
If you can't hear singing, but you see their eyes glow red, the Reaper...
I'm not sure I can see anything useful to do there. The aristocracy is a friend of the people.
I'm sure.
Excuse me?
May I help you?
I really should be going.
So be it.
What a wonderful conversation.
Hi, Denby.
Oh, hi, Amy.
I have an idea for your drawing.
I think I have an idea for your drawing.
Really? What is it?
Gus in a tutu, Gordon with funny hair, Tiberius with stink lines, a portrait of me. On second thought, I'll get back to you on that.
On second thought, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
That sign has been there as long as I can remember. But as far as who Ray actually was, I have no idea.
Huh. Isn't it curious how the game only flashes his past me as well? Can I go back here? No. It almost as if it doesn't want me to take a good long look at it. But then why have the 5x5 grids? I'll tell you what, if I haven't solved it in the next half an hour, I'll look up a hint. It's not really fair to you for me to not make any progress at all for an extended period of time. I'm now thinking there is a K within the shaded squares of this shape. Is there an L in the shaded squares of this shape? And I think the answer to that is no. There is not. In fact, there's not even an L on there at all. As for the M, there's no M either. Read between the lines, he said. That was the phrase he used. Where'd I make the note on this? Brush up on calligraphy, read between the lines. Which lines? The calligraphic lines? What would be between if you've got a two-dimensional shape? Like, does that count as between the lines? There's a distinct lack of vowels as well, isn't there? We've got a U, an I and an O, and another U, and that's it, I think. And one's off on the far side, and the other are in a corner. In the top left corner. Adding an O there might help. But that still wouldn't tell me what reading between the lines is referring to. I miss Crispin. He would have given me help.
How's it going, Clem?
Not so bad, Amy. What's up?
See you later, Clem.
Take care of yourself, Amy.
Oh, there's a rat down there.
The ticket is for this week's vaccine lottery. It's number 3211420.
I might write that down, actually. in case it gets stolen or something.
The ticket is for this week's vaccine lottery. It's number 3211420.
Then again, what would that prove if I could walk up and say it was number 3211420?
It's number 3211420.
Since that would have already been announced as the winner. Hope you'll find the solution soon. Looks like it is really a game for smart people like you. I will leave soon to see some friends. No worries, Jenny. I hope you have a good time. I don't know what you mean about being smart, though. I just can't help but think that this is harder than it's supposed to be. Either I'm missing something obvious, or it just feels like this is a harder puzzle than the game was ever intended to be.
I don't like to be interrupted when I'm shopping. I doubt this person does either. I don't think he'd be interested in that. Feels like only half the stock is rotten. That's a nice change from the norm.
Oh, blimey. So they do have vegetables as well. I suppose they'd have to. What else would they be feeding the animals? Why would this disaster have led to the produce being rotten, though? That doesn't make much sense. Either they wouldn't grow or they would grow. I don't see why they'd rot more easily.
Pretty impressive selection this week. Mariska actually managed to fill up her entire stand.
Being smart means if I were you, facing puzzles like this, I would have given up ages earlier. You choose to stay. I appreciate that. I'm not sure that's smart so much as stubborn. But yeah, like I said, if I can't solve it by the 3 hour mark, that's 20 minutes time, I will look up a hint online. Is it symmetrical? No. These two are sort of symmetrical, about a mirror along the top left, bottom right diagonal, but the W and the O aren't. Is this trying to tell me what reading between the lines means? If so, how have they determined? How have they got to those squares in particular? Why are those squares between the lines and the others aren't? See, this one I can almost understand because it's surrounded on 3 sides. But like the R here, why? It's just one of several squares that are on the far right edge. It doesn't even have a line next to it. If I drew lines between these, I'd get almost a 4 shape. It wouldn't be quite. Wait, between these lines, maybe. So down there, down there, down there, which is just one. What would I get if I did that? BOK5. F. And QBX. That doesn't seem very likely, does it? Along here, I would get 4IYQ. Along here, I'd get IYQ 7DW. Because I was just observing the fact that this diagram has fewer lines than this diagram, and in fact it does have areas that are between lines. And they bothered to mark this on the page. Oh, this is frustrating. Thing is, I would never have concluded that unless I had been told to read between the lines. But that was an additional hint that I didn't have to be given. Originally, I was just told to brush up on my calligraphy. And nothing more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was trying to think if there was a relationship between the letters and the stroke order, like 1 leading to W being over there, if there was like a mirror image thing going on or something, even though it would cover multiple squares. But, no, doesn't look like it. What about just these? If that's between a line, that's I. But it doesn't really work with L. Or M. An I is not much help on its own. Maybe I just take the wooden plank to the door.
I don't see how I can use that there.
Fair enough. I wish it didn't automatically click off. Or click off, close this view.
Interesting. There's a chalkboard on the wall here. Looks like there's some fancy letters printed on it. Can't see any chalk, though.
Well, we only know one person that has chalk. But we didn't have a dialogue option to ask them about it. That's the thing. But maybe if we showed them the letter.
I don't think he'd be interested in...
No?
Hi, Denby.
Oh, hi, Amy.
See you later, Denby.
See ya.
See, that's the sort of thing I'd have expected the puzzle to be. Like realising that it had been written by someone with chalk. Therefore... and we knew only one person with chalk, therefore we show the letter to the person that has chalk. That seems like the sort of difficulty I'd expect. Not what I've been doing right now, which feels like I'm trying to break a code. A code which I don't have full understanding of. By which I mean I don't even know the rules. Because it'd be one thing if I knew it was some sort of substitution cipher. And then working it out meant figuring out what the substitutions were, but that's not the case here. I don't even know what they're doing. Vaguely. And then we have the whole situation where it feels like the solution to this must be some combination of knocks and buzzers. Because how else could I enter a code to get into this door? Huh, I think that's actually a different texture, it is. The leather texture here is actually a different leather texture to this, they didn't reuse it. If you look at like the corner down here for example, and there, they are different. I suppose they could have shifted it. Alright, supposing I'd just been told to brush up on my calligraphy and I saw this. For the moment, let's ignore the other pages. What would I think? I mean, I really think I would pick out the letters that correspond to Word. But that doesn't make any sense. CQU4 makes no sense. Oh, that's a shame. I thought I'd spotted something there, but I hadn't. I noticed that for both D and R, which correspond to 4 and U, there's two cases of them being used in the grid. Which made me wonder if if all the letters that had to be changed were... Oh, they're used twice, and the other use of for and you are next to each other, so I was wondering if perhaps there were duplicate letters for all of the squares that correspond to W, O, R and D there, and that would lead to the solution, but it doesn't seem to. Supposing I substituted everything going both ways. So B doesn't occur in either WORD or in CQU4. 4 does though. That should go to D. U does. That should go to R. K does not, so that stays as K. N does not, so that stays as N. O does, so that goes to Q. I does not, so that stays as I. F does not, so that stays as F. 7 does not, so that stays as 7. C would go to W. K does not appear, so it stays as a K. Y does not, so it stays as a Y. 9 does not, so it stays as a 9. D does, so it goes to a 4. X does not, so it stays as an X. 5 does not, so it stays as a 5. Q does, so it goes to an O. B does not, so it stays as a B. W does, so it goes to a C. U does, so it goes to an R. Z does not, so it stays as a Z. In both cases. X does not, so it stays as an X. 4 does, so it goes to a D. And J does not. What do we end up with? BDR, DR like doctor maybe, KN, QIF, IF would be if, potentially, 7W, KY94X, 5OB, CR, ZZXDJ. That's not really anything, is it? I got nothing. We're close enough to the 3-hour mark. I'll just look up a hint, unfortunately. I've got no other ideas. Wait. Who were we looking for? What was their name? Danton. Would Danton change? Danton. D would become 4. A wouldn't change. N wouldn't change. T wouldn't change. O would become Q. N wouldn't change. So that seems unlikely. Oh, draw. I've just seen something here. Draw with the chalk on the blackboard. So go into the alley, draw with the chalk on the blackboard. Alright. So no wonder we couldn't solve it. We're still missing something. I was trying to solve this in completely the wrong way. And that's why it keeps clicking away from me then. Oh, not clicking away, it keeps closing the view. I was saying, isn't it strange how I try and look at it and it keeps closing the view on me? That's because we don't yet have the item. So we need to get the chalk from Denby then.
Hi, Denby.
Oh, hi, Amy.
I have an idea for your drawing.
Really? What is it?
A portrait of me. Gus in a tutu, Gordon with funny hair, Tiberius with stink lines. Why did none of these seem like a good idea? A portrait of me.
Why don't you draw a picture of me?
I said I wanted to draw something funny.
Fine, then draw yourself. Plenty of people laugh at your big nose.
Whatever you say, Amy. Did you have any other ideas or not?
On second thought, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Let's try and solve this first then.
It really is a nice day to be out in the market.
I'd have thought that art book would be the solution, but we weren't allowed to take it with us. Nor did it lead to any dialogue options.
I think I'd like to read.
Of course. What subject?
I'd like to read something.
Wonderful.
Oh, there's a page been removed. That's interesting.
Hi, Denby.
Oh,
I think I...
Really? Okay.
Where am I going to get an idea for a drawing from? Oh, maybe I do exhaust those silly dialogue options first. Just to make sure it's not one of them.
I think I...
Really?
Why not draw Gus wearing a tutu?
Oh man, he'll go nuts! Thanks, Amy. I'll get to work on that right away.
Okay,
Don't think I can't see what you're drawing behind your scrawny ass, Denby.
You like it?
I'd like it more if I was left the hell alone.
Aw, where's your sense of humor, Gus?
Gus doesn't know art, but he knows what he hates. Right, can I get the chalk now?
Hi, Denby.
Oh, hi, Amy.
I have a better idea for your
I
drawing.
have a better idea for your drawing.
Really? What is it?
Gordon with funny hair.
How about a drawing of Gordon with a pompadour?
Ha! Good one. Thanks, Amy. I'll get to work on that right away.
I get the feeling this isn't the intended solution either. Is he gonna get arrested if he draws Tiberius in an unflattering light?
I think I have.
Really?
You could draw Tiberius with stink lines coming off him.
Yeah, and I'll write Tiberius stinks underneath. Thanks, Amy. I'll get to work.
Excuse me?
May I help you?
I...
Oops. Okay, so none of those were the solution. He wants to draw something funny. Let's add that to the to-do list then. Oh, we already have it. Give Denby an idea for his drawing. Something funny. How are we going to do that? Give him a photograph or something?
I should talk to Nelson if I want to read. Hi, Nelson.
Good to see.
I think...
Of course.
Actually, I haven't got time to read right now.
As you wish.
Anyone wishing to enter the vaccine lottery may do so by visiting the appropriate ministry and applying for a work permit.
I could try offering a bit of wood to the workers. I was wondering why there were workers in the energy ministry. And why I could apparently interact with them. Maybe I offer them the wood, then something happens and that leads to something funny, like the statue being damaged in a humorous way or something?
I don't see how I can... I don't...
No. What would it be? Something funny. Can I pick up the photograph of them chasing each other?
When the Reaper comes around, he'll take away your...
Not the most... Nice to see, not much. Nice to...
Can I take this photo? No. Oh, whoops. I was trying to have a look at those pictures.
Of course, I'm biased, but in my opinion, that's the best decorated door in town. A bunch of my old projects.
Beware the red-eyed ravens. They
How am I
lean
going
to
to come up with an
snare.
idea for
They'll
something Denby can draw? Oh, I'm gonna have to be more alert in future to the fact that
Reminder to all citizens, the next drawing in the
two
vaccine
objects may be
will be
linked,
held tomorrow at sundown.
you know, by a keyword, as it were. You know, the fact that, oh, it's drawn with chalk. He has chalk. Therefore...
Hello, Mariska.
Amy,
I have...
okay, you come back.
Oh, I have an idea.
Hi, Denby.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I was gonna say maybe I have him draw Gus and then tell Gus what's going on, and then he chases him off. But no, this'll work too. Denby, I think Tiberius's guards are coming.
Are those Tiberius's guards coming around the corner?
What? No way, they can't be. I didn't hear the bell ring.
Oh, sorry. It was just someone in a blue jacket and hat. My mistake.
You have a sick sense of humor, Amy.
I think I have a better idea for your drawing.
Really?
Oh, sorry, Gordon, not Gus.
How about a drawing of Gordon with a pompadour?
Ha! Good one. Thanks, Amy. I'll get to work on that right away.
So is this the idea? Do we give him a dumb idea and then tattle on him?
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
Nope.
Goodbye.
Hi, Denby.
Oh,
I think I have...
really?
You could draw...
Yeah! Thanks, Amy.
But he said about the bell. You know what I was just saying about being quicker to pick up on connections? There's the bell. I have a crossbow. We've already been told that the bell rings before the guards come. We heard that in that little jump rope song that Amy sung. We also heard about it... I've forgotten when else we heard about it. Someone mentioned it at some point as well, in addition to that. That the bell rings before the guards come. And then he just mentioned it just now. So this is probably the solution.
I think I can get a clear shot from here.
Oh, crap!
And now we get the chalk. And now we can hopefully solve that puzzle I was stuck on.
That was a pretty good trick, Amy. I won't tell him it was you.
I just hope he learned his lesson. Well, since Denby's no longer using it, I'll just hold on to it for him.
Progress.
Let's take a closer look.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's try this again, shall we? I'll copy out the different shapes we saw in the calligraphy book. Into my notes, I mean. Or specifically, I'll copy out the squares that need to be covered. One, two, three, four, 5. And again. Right, so these ones. Oh, I'm still not sure why word is there, like why it spells out word, but I think I may have just solved something. I was thinking, why is only why does only why does only the first two of these actually shade in the squares that are supposed to be covered. Maybe it's the final one, the M, that I'm actually supposed to input, and I'm supposed to work out which squares are shaded for myself. Just a guess, could be wrong. Oh dear, this isn't the best drawing I've ever done. Still, it should serve its purpose. Right, let's try some of these.
Let's.
Oh, another procedurally generated texture. That's the K. The trouble with this is I've done this before. I just didn't have the chalk. I did it in my own notes. But I don't know, perhaps if I actually fill this in on the page. It triggers something. Doesn't seem like it, does it? Parts of Word? Nope. Well, it's triggered something.
That should be right, but now what?
Yes, now what? Okay. KNCXU. So I did get this far on my own before, but I just couldn't make anything out in my notes. But I just couldn't make anything heads or tails of this.
Nobody likes the sound of nails on a chalkboard. These are starting to look less random. I wonder if there's a pattern here. Nobody likes the... Nope. These are starting to... No, I think drawing time is... I don't see how... I don't see... No, 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 no.
I just want to establish...
No, no, no.
Is there something I'm supposed to be clicking here?
No, 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 nobody, no, 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 no.
No. Okay, well then that brings us back to the old... how does the game actually work at this point question. Even if I knew the solution, how would I input it?
How's it going, Clem?
Not so bad, Amy. What's up?
See you later, Clem.
Take care of yourself, Amy.
No need to mess around with it anymore.
Is there not? I'll knock 5 times. Buzz 4. Oh my goodness. I completely missed that. I'll tell you what, my insistence upon, in my notes, the ones that I drew, the fact that I ended up drawing all the letters on top of each other meant that I missed that. And it means that the whole word thing going on in this book here, W-O-R-D, was a red herring. Yes!
Well, that did something.
Progress!
You, come down here. Who are you? What are you doing in here?
My name is Amy, and I have a message for Danton.
And? What is it?
Here, I was given this letter to deliver to Danton.
I see. Wait here a sec.
Will do. Interesting.
Who are you, and where did you get this?
Danton, I presume?
Indeed. Now answer my question. Where did you get this letter?
A technician gave it to me.
It was given to me by a technician in Sector 82.
He gave it to you? Why? What happened to him?
He was crushed under some rubble. He gave me the letter after I agreed to, well, put him out of his misery. I tried getting him out of there, I swear, but he said this was more important.
Damn it. Milton was a good man.
Milton.
His loyalty won't be forgotten.
He wouldn't have given that letter to just anyone, Danton. She must have earned his trust somehow.
Yes. Although I still have a few questions. What were you doing down there in the first place?
Milton. That's not an answer to the question, I'm just adding the name to my list. I was on a job.
I was doing a job, fixing the reactor. He was down there, crushed, dying.
Was he now?
Yes, and he asked me to deliver this letter.
I don't know about her, Danton. Are we sure she's not lying?
Bruce makes a good point. You could have just stolen this letter. How can we be sure you didn't?
Bruce. Danton. Danton seems to be a lady leader. We don't know of what exactly yet. Bruce works for Danton. Why would I have delivered it if I stole it?
If I had stolen it, why would I have gone through the trouble of delivering it?
If you're a government spy, you'd go to any lengths to find us. I'm curious. What was it you said to Milton that made him give you this letter?
He asked me about my dad. Turns out they knew each other.
Oh?
Yeah, Cooper Wellard.
What? You're Cooper Wellard's daughter?
Come to think of it, I do see a resemblance.
I never heard anything about him having a daughter. Did you know?
No,
Hang on. Just who are you people anyway?
Seems he protected you from us. Can't say I blame him. Thank you for delivering this letter. In exchange for it, we'll let you out of here. But you must swear to me not to tell anyone what you've seen in here.
I thought you were supposed to help me. Why shouldn't I just go tell everyone how pointless this was?
In time, your help will come. Meanwhile, I strongly discourage telling anyone about our presence. I would hate to have to do anything to stop you.
Fine. I swear I won't say anything.
I'm glad that's settled. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to read this message. Do be careful with what you stumble into, Amy. And I'll just take that book off your hands.
Tough lady.
The best leaders tend to be.
Yes.
Interesting.
She doesn't look very friendly.
Hello.
Hi. Well, that's just rude.
That's far enough. Get back.
Fine. I'll leave. Am I gonna get out and find something's changed?
Found Danton, did you?
The village has been attacked or something.
Lady.
You could say that, but her heart's in the right place.
So I take it you're involved with those people in there somehow.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm just keeping my nose where it belongs. Sorry I couldn't just give you the secret nod, but it's not really my place. I knew you'd get it on your own.
Fair enough.
Anyway, I'll let you get on with your business. Have a good one, Amy.
Thanks.
Yeah, but I don't really have anything to do now, do I? I mean, there's a bunch of tasks on the to-do list, but none that I have a way to progress. So give Denby an idea for his drawing. We've already done that. Deliver letter to Danton. We've done that. Find motherboard for PC. Find oil for car restoration. Find car parts for Quicksilver restoration. That is the car. Brush up on calligraphy. Read between the lines. Done that. So yeah, we don't really have anything super important to do now, or super urgent. Where's my list of interactable things? Gordon's shop restocks. Clem needs reminding about. Danton, well, we've already done that. That's been resolved. Gus sells meat. Denby has chalk and forges writing. Well, we already have the chalk, so I can cross that bit off. So Denby forges. Handwriting. The well has water. Nelson has books to borrow. Yeah. I assume something's gonna change. Some disaster or something to...
No. Not now.
Ah.
Relax. Deep breaths.
Blimey.
You can beat this. You can beat this.
Heart palpitations.
Are you all right, young lady?
Yeah, I'm fine.
If you don't mind my saying, you don't look fine at all.
I'm fine, really. I was just out of breath.
Lying to yourself isn't the answer. You should embrace your demise.
Oh, I should I?
You've been mocked. It's obvious. The Reaper is coming for you. You should consider yourself lucky. It's only a matter of time before you pass on into the next world and liberate yourself from this misery.
Look, creepy. I'm not spending what time I have left alive worshipping death, okay? Leave me alone.
If that's what you want, then I will. But remember that accepting him will make your remaining life much easier. Should you change your mind, the acolytes of the Reaper will welcome you at the Cathedral of St. Stephen.
The one with a half a plane sticking out of it?
That is the one. May death come to you swiftly, young lady.
I think I'm gonna need a few more lottery tickets after all.
Reaper acolytes at Cathedral of St. Stephen. There probably is a St. Stephen. Possibly more than one. Cathedral of St. Stephen has half a aeroplane sticking out of it. Noted. Right, she said she wanted more lottery tickets, didn't she? The only way we're going to be able to do that is to do more jobs. Alright, Denby's not back. Guess we head to the Ministry of Energy. Oh, but then we're going to get asked about Danton. Hopefully we're asked, not tortured. Oh, Cathedral of St. Stephen. Do you know what? I don't intend to worship death, but I don't see a reason not to head over here and see what's there. I remember what I was going to do. This is nice art. I was going to check St. Stephen online. Stephen is traditionally venerated as the proto-martyr or first martyr of Christianity. According to the Acts of the Apostles, he was a deacon in the early church at Jerusalem who angered members of various synagogues by his teachings. Accused of blasphemy at his trial, he made a speech denouncing the Jewish authorities who were sitting in judgment of him, and was then stoned to death. Saul of Tarsus, later known as Paul, Pharisee and Roman citizen who would later become a Christian apostle, participated in Stephen's martyrdom. Oh, and there's the Feast of St. Stephen. In the west, that's on the 26th of December. Interesting. So, Boxing Day. Attributes: Red Martyr, Stones, Dalmatic, Censer, Miniature Church, Gospel Book, Martyr's Palm. In Orthodox and Eastern Christianity, he often wears an orarion. Patronage: Altar servers. Acoma, Native America, Pueblo. Not sure what that's referring to. Acoma Pueblo is a Native American Pueblo. What's a Pueblo? Fixed location communities among the native tribes of the Puebloans. Right, so that's some native group in the Americas then. Bricklayers, casket makers, Satona, Italy, deacons, headaches. Oh. Patron of headaches, eh? Horses, Kessel, Belgium. Masons, Owensboro, Kentucky. Passau, Germany. Kigali, Rwanda. Dodoma, Tanzania. Serbia, Ligao. Republic of Sapruska. Prato, Italy. Okie doke.
She looks kinda happy. She's smiling anyway. Hi there.
Welcome. What may I help you with?
Who are you? Oh, what goes on inside this place?
What are you all doing here?
Worship. We worship the Reaper and wait for our times to come. When any of our members expire, it's cause for celebration.
Are there many of you?
Around 50 of us currently, but we always accept those who truly seek death into our flock.
Who are you?
Who are you, miss?
I'm Claire. Who are you?
Amy. I'm guessing you're one of the acolytes of the Reaper?
You guessed correctly. I'm here to make sure those who pass through that door are ready to die.
That seems like a pretty lofty responsibility to give to one person.
Not as much as you would think. Most people are worthy, they just don't know it yet.
I'd like to go in.
Can I go in?
That depends. Are you ready to die?
What do you mean by ready? Because being prepared to die, if it's necessary, is very different to wanting to die. I don't think she wants to die. I don't know enough about the character to know if she's prepared to die. I'm gonna say no.
No, of course not. I've got too much left to do before I go.
Then maybe you should get on with it. Time is precious after all.
Right, that should go to my list of things we can interact with. I've already got Reaper Acolytes at Cathedral of St. Stephen. Be prepared to die. I think from what we've seen of the character so far, from what I can tell, that was probably an honest answer from her. Of course, we may find out that the only way to progress the game is to actually go in there, but we'll see.
I have business with Tiberius.
Very good. Your weapon, please.
Right, this is the way to progress then. Unfortunately, he's probably going to ask...
I had a vision I'd be seeing you again.
Oh, we still don't get to see the room I skipped before. Unfortunately, there's a real danger he's going to ask us to betray Danton. Which I'd rather not do, not knowing who they are.
A chill wind blows from the east. I fear this is an ill omen.
Okay.
Ah, you return!
Yes, and I delivered the letter to Danton.
Excellent. You have made contact with them. Good work.
So, do you have any more jobs for me?
Yes, as promised. As I'm sure you've gathered, Danton is the head of a group of terrorists bent on destroying the government. I need you to be my spy.
So I can't just say no. That seems like way more than your typical lottery job.
I thought lottery jobs were more labor-intensive. Haven't you got people in your government who do this sort of thing?
Alas, I do not. Which is why I am in desperate need of a citizen such as yourself to help me. Would you watch this new civilization we've struggled to build be undone by a group of upstarts?
No, but they don't really seem like much of a threat, just a group of idealists.
Yes. And the last time a group of idealists formed, they attempted to destroy the Ministry of Knowledge. Danton's group is an ever-growing threat, and they must be controlled and subdued as quickly as possible. Return to them. Tell them you wish to aid them. If they request you perform some task for them, do so to gain their trust. Of course, use your judgment wisely. If you break any laws, I can only offer you so much protection. When you know more of what they plan, come back and inform me. And as before, do not let them know you are there on my behalf. They would surely kill you on the spot.
I don't know. I'm starting to have second thoughts about this.
I realize this is a dangerous undertaking. If you succeed, I can offer you a government job. You'll be able to receive vaccine as you need it.
I want a mechanic job.
If I can have a mechanic's job, then we have a deal.
I'm sure we can arrange something. I wish you luck in your task.
So she has allied herself with him then?
Of course I have a backup plan. Now behave yourself, and let us continue with arithmetic.
Interesting.
I wish you luck on your task, young lady, and offer some advice. Beware false friends.
How did you... Right, I guess that's your job. Never mind.
the stars are aligned in such a way that I feel good fortune will soon come to us all.
Uh-huh. Beware false friends. So I get the feeling that I'm supposed to conclude that Amy would be going along with this. I mean, I don't know this character very well, but it felt like I didn't have a lot of choice there in terms of the dialogue. So I guess I have to assume Amy's on board with this. Maybe later in the game I'll be given a choice, like right at the end. You know, is she on Danton's side? Is she on Tiberius's? Ooh, we don't know till the very end. But for now, I think I have to assume she's for Tiberius.
Here's your weapon back.
Thanks.
Well, at least we have a way forwards.
Amy, didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Yeah, I remembered that I had something else to talk to Danton about. No big deal, really. Don't mind me.
Whatever you say.
He's taking that very well. Since he presumably knows what she's like. Danton, I mean. Right, let's head in. Oh, I don't have to do the knock again.
Hi. Well, that's just rude.
Maybe she's mute.
You again?
I'd like to speak with Danton, please.
Fine. Wait here.
So you're back. What is it now?
I know who you are and what your people are doing. I'd like to help.
I'm flattered that you want to help us, but I feel we have some matters to resolve first.
What matters are those?
Enough of these games. You're going to have to start telling me the truth if you want to get out of here alive.
What? I have been. Let's not be so drastic.
Don't play coy with me, Blondie. Do you think I'm stupid? I had you followed when you left here. I know you went to the Ministry of Energy. Now I'm only gonna ask you this once, and I want the truth. Are you working for Tiberius or aren't you?
Well, let's find out what happens. I am, and I came to spy on you.
I am. I was told to spy on you and report everything I can.
Well, you're either a terrible spy, or your loyalty to Tiberius is quite lacking.
It's a lottery job. I'm just doing what I was told.
A lottery job? Oh, I see.
And what other choice have I got? It's not like I can walk up to the Ministry of Medicine and buy a dose.
I'm so sorry. You don't deserve what's happening to you. This is why we have to act. They've been beating us down for so long. Nobody remembers a time when they were prosperous and free. Struggling against the system may not be pretty, but it's the only way we can improve our lives.
Danton, if she's got a connection to Tiberius, she could prove useful.
You know, you're right. Having another double agent would be beneficial to
Another.
us now that we've lost Milton. but I'm not gonna make you this offer for free. I'd hate for Tiberius to outbid me for your loyalty. Instead of hoping your lottery ticket gets chosen, how about you end up with as many actual doses of vaccine as you want?
Interesting. Another double agent. Milton. Made a note of that. You have access to vaccine?
What are you talking about? You have access to vaccine?
Not just yet, but if all goes to plan, we will. I'll tell you more as soon as you help us out with something. Are you familiar with the junk vendor and butcher in the market?
Gordon and Gus? Of course. They're good friends of mine.
Then it may interest you to know that they work for me.
I had no idea.
They usually spare us some of their extra supplies, but they've been unable to keep up the last few months. I suspect they've fallen on hard times. See what's going on with them and help them if you can. Once you've finished, come back here, and we'll do what we can for you. Oh, and when you talk to them, use the code phrase, "I've got the perfect life." That will let them know you're working for me. Now get
Okie
to it.
doke.
Don't come back here until you've finished. And remember, I expect your loyalty. If you set foot anywhere near the Ministry of Energy, I don't want to see you meet an unfortunate end. I'm sure you understand.
Right, I've got a perfect life. Code for Danton agents. Noted.
Hi.
Don't bother. The aristocrats cut out her tongue.
Oh no.
God, that's awful. Why would they do that?
She used to work for the Ministry of Knowledge. She was caught stealing books, and that was her punishment. Apparently, Claudius did it himself. Ugly business.
So, right, the leaders, like Tiberius, the aristocrats, name themselves after Romans, apparently. Rebel with no tongue. Worked for Ministry of Knowledge.
Hey.
What do you want?
How did you join up with Danton anyway?
How'd you get involved with Danton anyway?
She's family.
She is?
Yeah. When her parents died of green lung, she was left homeless and forced to beg on the streets. My folks took pity and adopted her. She can be kind of hot-tempered and rush into things, but I try and keep her in check as best I can.
Keep on doing what you're doing.
That's interesting. Bruce's family adopted Danton.
That's far enough. Get back.
Fair enough, I'm leaving. So, help Gus and Gordon. Need to add that to the to-do list. Right then, let's give that a go. Let's start with Gus.
Just couldn't stay away, could you?
No, I haven't quite reached today's quota of looking at dead meat.
I've got the perfect life.
How are you doing today, Gus? 'Cause I've got the perfect life.
Shh, not so loud.
Sorry. So, how long have you been, you know?
About a year now.
Why? Isn't it risky for you?
Sure, but to be honest, I kind of like the excitement. Makes me feel like I'm part of something important. Plus, things need to change. Just look around you. We can't live like this. Kids can't grow up like this. Danton's gonna bring back the old days.
I'm sure.
Anyway, I was told you were having some trouble, so I wanted to help.
Not sure what you can do, but swing by the farm if you want. Pop was asking about you the other day. If nothing else, talk with him a bit. He misses you.
See you later, Gus.
You bet.
Okie doke. Can do. Visit Gus's farm. I suppose it's Gus's father's farm, probably. But still. Oh yeah, they did both Gus and Gordon did mention business was a bit slow, didn't they? Gus mentioned that they were having a bad time at the farm and they weren't sure if they'd be able to recover this time. And Gordon mentioned that sales were a bit low. Troublingly low, I think. Or did he? Or did he say he was just about getting by? One or the other. He didn't seem too enthusiastic. So he's been working with Danton for about a year. The old days, that was it. He said about restoring the old days. Well, which old days? Because it seems even if she was everything he hopes she is, Danton, that is, she clearly couldn't put things back to the way they were before the bombs fell. That is, you know, beyond the powers of any one person. So was there an old days after the bombs fell but before the aristocrats took power? We're still unclear on how they managed to seize power. We haven't found any evidence either way whether they were in power before the bombs fell. It's also not clear how close this is based on real life. We know that the year 2035 is in the past. But my point being, if this timeline was, broadly speaking, ours up until, you know, we get to the future, then the aristocrats wouldn't have had long to take power before the bombs fell, and it seems much more likely that they must have taken power after the bombs fell. But how? Anyway, I was just picking up on that, the fact that he said about restore the old days, but it's not clear what the old days are. I guess I should actually make a note to say that 2035 is in the past. Noted. Because of course I'll remember for the rest of tonight, but I don't know how long we'll be playing this game for. It might slip my mind. Right, have a word with Gordon.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
I've got the perfect life.
You know, if you helped me today, I'd have the perfect life.
You mean...
That's so awkward.
Ah, I see. Be careful where you say that, Amy.
Right, sorry. Anyway, what are you doing to help the others?
A little extra scavenging for items they might find useful. But lately, I've been too distracted by the situation with my daughter. You'd think that for all the crap I collect, I'd have found something to at least try and make her a more effective mask. Only place I haven't had a chance to check out lately is the old Centrex factory. Even though I'm not sure there'd be much of use in there, I just want her to be safe. Losing my wife was bad enough. I can't lose her too.
Oh
I know,
dear.
Gordon. I know. I'll keep an eye out for what you need. You just try to relax.
That would be awfully kind of you, Amy.
Anytime.
Centrex factory, you say? Right. Mask for Gordon's daughter. Centrex factory? Right, so we have things to do.
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
Seems like a good time for a quick little save. I do like the fact the saves in this game are instantaneous. I mean, it's not surprising because they could... the amount of information the game actually has to store on the player's state at any one time could frankly be encoded in a few bytes. But it is nice. Centrex factory or farm first? Let's go for Centrex factory. Oh, maybe Pop wasn't Gus's father, but rather just the nickname of someone, since it said Pop's farm.
It just says furnace. I guess it's meant to be some sort of warning. Remember Blast Day. Support the aristocracy, and you will be supported. Huh, it's unlocked. That's kind of surprising.
And suspicious.
Denby, what are you doing here?
Oh, you know, living. That's what people do, I hear.
Did you run away from home?
I don't really want to talk about it. You can hang out here if you want, though. It's nice to have some company.
Pretty. Too bad the legs are broken.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened.
Denby looks right at home in here. Nothing going on in there right now.
At least it makes me think that this place is probably a lot safer than I was otherwise thinking. Because I was thinking all sorts could potentially be hanging around this old factory, using it as a base. But if Denby's been living here for, you know, more than a few days, if there were dangerous people around, you'd think he would have found out by now and left.
I'm guessing this valve must control some kind of gas flow. Assuming it still works, of course.
Yep, it does.
Hey, these are pretty good. All yours?
Yeah, they're okay, I guess. My favorite's the one of the pilot.
What are all these signatures?
Like I said, I've been practicing copying handwriting. Those are just my practice sheets.
Gas valve. At... Oh, what was this place called? The what factory? I've got it written down somewhere. Centrex. Just writing that on my list of things that are interactable, but we don't yet know what they do. I'll tell you what I didn't write down. Claudius runs Ministry of Knowledge. Cut Rebel's tongue. That's worth remembering in case we ever have to deal with him in the future.
All yours?
Yeah, they're okay, I guess. My favorite's the one...
What are all...
Like I...
So there's the artwork.
This one doesn't look finished.
No, it's still a work in progress.
Is that supposed to be me?
Yeah, you're the only woman I know who isn't old and wrinkly, so you're way easier to draw.
Ooh. No, that is really significant. Amy is only woman Denby knows who isn't, and then in quotes, old and wrinkly. No, like, I could have easily missed that little snippet there, but that is really significant because that tells us something about the demographics that are around. That's frankly weird. Because we saw the little girls playing jump rope, so it's not like daughters aren't being born. I don't know why there would be a lack of women of her generation. It could be there's a lack of people of her generation. That, you know, there tends to be the very old and the very young, but even that would be weird. But if that's true, then that is very much going to influence how people treat her. If she is one of the few women that is of a particularly photogenic age, then people are going to notice. That could both work in her favour and against it. Something to be aware of.
Why are all these burnt papers on the floor?
Oh, I always burn my bad drawings.
But why would you do that?
What's the point in keeping things around if they don't represent you?
They're of no use to me.
Harsh.
I don't want to risk damaging it any further.
Yeah, probably best to just leave it where it is.
It's funny how she keeps making these comments, but because he's in the room, he responds to them.
Hey, Denby?
Yeah?
How long have you been here?
How long did you say you've been living here?
Around 2 months. Not a bad place, really. There's plenty of room, and nobody comes by, so I've got all the privacy I could want. Well, nobody except you, anyway.
I could leave you alone if you want.
No, that's not what I meant. It's cool that you're here. It's nice to have someone to talk to.
Denby living in Centrex factory for 2 months. Noted. Why did you run away from home?
Why did you run away?
I said I didn't want to talk about it.
Well, I do. Is it some problem with your family? Is there anything I can do to help?
No, it's just... I felt like I was getting in the way. Mom and Dad have been having a hard time getting us all enough food, and my brother and sister are little, so there's not much they can do for themselves. I figured it would just be better for me to go off on my own. I mean, I still go back and see them and give them anything extra I've got, but I kind of like having my own space, you know?
Yeah, I know. Look at you, being responsible. I'm so proud of you.
Ugh, whatever. No need to be gushy about it.
How did you get in here?
How did you manage to get in here?
They didn't do a very good job of boarding up the doors. It was pretty easy to get in. I'm surprised nobody else tried before I did. I mean, there's like not much left in here, but glass is pretty valuable. I might trade it to Clem.
Clem, he does the porcelain, doesn't he? He does the crockery. Huh. What can he do with glass? Does he have the tools to melt it down again? He might do. Does anything in here still work?
Does any of the stuff in here still work?
Yeah, I think the furnace still works. It's connected to the gas anyway.
The gas is still on?
Yeah, it's on a natural line, so it's still under pressure even though the power's been cut. I try to keep it off as much as I can though, just in case. Besides, if you need natural gas, I've pretty much got you covered.
Good to know. Just don't light yourself on fire.
So, gas valve at Centrex factory for furnace, we now know. So we do have access to a working furnace. That's a big deal, actually. I feel like he's understated the significance of having gas connected to a natural source that still works even when the power's cut. Like, that's a pretty big deal. That really changes what you can manufacture. I don't think he's part of their organization.
I'll just leave you to whatever it is you're doing.
Thanks.
I don't think he'd understand if we said...
Take care of yourself, Denby.
I'll try my best.
If we just randomly said we have the perfect life. And if he is part of the organization, I'm sure we'll find out eventually.
Nice looking vehicle. Doesn't look like it would take too much to restore it. Just a couple of spark plugs, most likely.
Blimey. After 20 years out in all elements? That's surprising.
I don't need to take any more wood right now.
Oh, but I could if I wanted to. I'll add that to the list of interactable things then. Wood pile at Centrex factory. Doesn't it seem a little strange that Denby... the Centrex factory is a known place. Gordon just casually mentioned that he might go up there to loot. Denby decided to come here when he moved out of his parents' house. And yet, this place seems relatively untouched. You know, to the point that Denby apparently just removed some boards from this door and then just walked in apparently for the first time since the place was abandoned. This truck hasn't been looted, and I'm sure it has all sorts of useful parts. Like, isn't that weird? Why isn't... if this is a known place that, you know, people casually talk about, are happy to casually visit, why hasn't it been looted?
I haven't got time to do much scavenging right now. Maybe later.
I thought the whole reason you were here was to do scavenging.
Nice looking vehicle. Doesn't look like it would take too much to restore.
Maybe we do try the perfect life line, see if he responds.
I'm back. Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
If you're worried about that, you could always try knocking.
Fair point. Denby looks right at home.
I mean, the whole point is that someone... the whole point of that phrase is that someone that doesn't know what it means won't suspect anything. That's why you have phrases like that. So, let's try it.
You know, I've got the perfect life.
What the hell are you talking about, Amy? Have you gone crazy?
No, just forget it. I'll just leave you to whatever it is you're doing.
Thanks.
Right, that confirms
Time
it.
for me to go.
Okay, see ya.
He is definitely not part of their organisation. Or if he is, he's keeping it very quiet. That suggests that there is no mask here.
Oh god, that smell. I think I might be sick.
Amy, is that you over there?
Are those human bodies?
Pop, Gus said you'd been asking after me?
It's been ages since I last saw you. Come over here and let's have a look at you.
Gus told me you aren't doing so well.
Are you under the weather, Pop?
I'm not, but I can't say the same about my sheep. Take a look around. Hell, just take a whiff. That's the stench of failure. Things are bad. Don't know if we'll be able to dig ourselves out of this hole.
What happened to your sheep?
Did your sheep get sick? What happened?
Ran out of feed, so half of them starved to death. It's not a pretty picture. Haven't been able to find anything else they'll eat. Farm's gone barren, and now the only thing I'm feeding is ravens. Truth is, if I can't come up with a way to keep the rest of the flock from dying, I'm done for.
I'll keep an eye out for anything that might help.
That'd be mighty kind of you.
That's a difficult problem to solve. What's with all the ravens? Presumably after the bodies of the sheep.
Why are all these ravens hanging around?
Well, they're hungry too. Now that they got plenty of carrion, it's an open buffet for them. Little bastards have gotten bold too. Nothing I do seems to keep them away for long. At least having them around means nobody comes snooping around. They run off at first sight of them thanks to that kooky Reaper cult.
What do you know about the Reaper cultists?
I didn't realize you knew so much about the Reaper cult.
I don't, and I don't want to. They're just a bunch of freaks who think worshiping the Reaper is gonna make them die quicker.
But I thought the Reaper was just a story.
It is, but they think the Ravens are a sign that the Reaper is on his way to take them away from their woes. So naturally, any half-wit who believes that crap and sees a Raven gets scared and goes running in the other direction. Bunch of bullhickey, all of it. Anyway, it's best if you stay away from the Reaper cult. Don't want to put any ideas in your head.
Don't worry. I met one of them earlier. I'm not going anywhere near them if I can avoid it.
But wouldn't a Reaper cultist want to run towards the Ravens? I've got the perfect life.
I'm sorry you're having trouble, Pop, but I've got the perfect life.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. Did Gus not tell you?
Tell me what?
Nothing. Never mind.
Whatever you say.
Sounds like we're both having a rough day.
I think we're having the same kind of day.
What's the matter?
This morning I found a man underground. He'd been crushed underneath some rubble. And pulling that trigger was the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
I'm sorry, Amy, but it sounds like you did the right thing.
Did I, though? I could have found someone to help. Why did he have to die?
You listened to what the man wanted, it sounds like. This hellhole, that's all we can ask for in our last moments.
I guess you're right.
Of course I'm right. Like he said, even if you had gotten him out, you wouldn't have had much of a life left to live. It's not something anyone likes thinking about. It's reality.
I know. I mean, I see death almost every day, but this was different somehow. Thanks, Pop. I think I needed to just get that off my chest.
Anytime, Amy.
I have to go now.
Come back and visit whenever you like.
Poor thing. I wish these birds would stop staring at me. That old thing has been broken for years. I don't know why Pop doesn't just take it down.
Can we ask him?
Hey, Pop.
What's going on, Amy?
Nope.
I have to go now.
Come back and visit whenever you like.
From out here, the city looks kind of whole, like the pictures in Nelson's books. It's just perched in the tree, watching me.
I honestly don't see how we can help either of those two. Our best bet is just to head back and report to Danton what happened. I don't think we can do better than that. They might have resources they could use to help, but we certainly don't.
I shouldn't go back in there until I've helped both Gus and Gordon.
Okay, that's very determined. How on earth am I going to do that? I suppose I could ask the produce lady if she'd give some produce to Pop.
Hello, Mariska.
Amy, hello.
Good harvest?
Looks like you had quite the harvest.
Yes, thankfully. Though nothing is keeping very long. Weeds have become a big problem.
Ooh.
Anything you want?
Give the
You're
weeds to the
looking very
sheep.
Skinny these days. You should eat. Take a pumpkin. Half price for you. You can make pumpkin soup. You need your strength.
No, it's okay.
One of these days, you'll get so skinny, you'll turn around and I won't be able to see you anymore.
It's alright, Mariska. I ate yesterday. I'll be fine for a little while longer.
No. You worry me when you say things like that.
Relax, it's okay. I'm not dead yet.
You mentioned something about what? Weeds?
You said something about weeds being a problem? What are they called? What do they look like?
Blue burglar. It grows very fast, very difficult to control. Pretty blue flowers, though. Too bad they ruined my vegetables. Luckily, I finally got them under control. They won't come back for a long time.
Blue flowers? Now that you mention it, I think I've seen those somewhere.
Yes, in the phone booth.
Thanks, Mariska. You know, as tough as things are, I feel like I've got the perfect life.
I'm happy for you, Amy. You're always so positive.
I have to go now.
Okay, you come back and see me again soon, all right?
I should have made a note about those flowers before, but I don't think I did.
The Reaper watches from the
I
skies
can't get to the
and sends
flowers.
ahead
They're
his
sealed up
birds.
inside the booth.
They let him know when someone dies.
Well, let's
the
smash
mortal
in.
souls he herds. Whoa,
That was actually a solution.
Just letting these flowers breathe. Don't get near the broken glass, okay?
Okay. If you can't hear singing, but you see their
Can I
eyes
get the
glow
weed in
red,
here?
No need to do that
the
again.
Reaper will be
No need to do.
coming
No, I want you
take
to actually
away
pick
the
up the
dead.
weed.
I really hope I don't have to keep dealing with broken glass today. This has got to be the weed Mariska mentioned.
When the Reaper
I don't need
comes
to do
around, he'll take
Oh, you took some.
away your
You took a
soul.
flower. Why wouldn't you
Put
take
you
seeds?
in his pocket,
Alright,
take
well,
you
we can
for
give
a
this a go. So I should add Pop to the list of people we know. Owns farm. Alright, let's give this a go.
Pop, have you seen this weed before?
Sure, that's Blue Burglar. Haven't seen it in ages, though. Where'd you get it?
There's some growing near my place. Why is it called Blue Burglar?
Because it creeps up on you, seemingly overnight. I'm just wanting the whole field to be full of them in a month.
Would your sheep eat it?
I think they'd eat anything at this point. Wouldn't hurt to try. Thanks, Amy. I'll go get some more and plant it tonight. At least the sheep we've got left might still stand a chance.
Happy to help.
I'm just thinking about the player character with Matriska. Was it Matriska, her name? Commenting on how thin she is, and of course her saying she ate yesterday, so she's okay. She doesn't look like she's that thin. The main character, Amy. Mariska, sorry. Like, looking at her, I don't feel like she looks like she's on the verge of starving to death, but if you were to only eat, you know, a modest-sized meal once every 2 days or something, you would really be suffering for it. Of course, we don't know how big the meal was. In theory, you could eat a meal so big that you don't have to eat for the rest of the day and the rest of the next day, but that's not the impression I'm getting here. Right, that's one of their problems dealt with. I guess we should speak to Gus, make sure he's... Oh.
Butcher, a word, if you would.
Yeah, what is it?
The Ministry of Resources is in need. You are hereby requested to provide your stocks of meat for government distribution.
But I hardly have any meat to spare, and it'll be a while before I can get more.
Be that as it may, Aurelius has extended you the courtesy. In exchange, you will be provided 2 water purifiers per month.
Don't know. I have to think about it.
Very well. If you change your mind, please notify the Ministry. But know that this offer will not last forever. Good day to you, citizen.
Aurelius runs Ministry of Resources.
Citizens, this is a reminder that the Ministry of Medicine will continue conducting weekly screenings for Greenlaw.
That's a new announcement, I think. Why would he need 2 water purifiers a month? Do they break down every 2 weeks on average?
Just couldn't stay away, could you?
No, I haven't quite reached today's quota of looking at dead meat.
I think your sheep problem's been solved.
Your sheep should be fine now.
Really? What did you do?
Just gave Pop some Blue Burglar. He said it should be able to feed the sheep soon.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, Amy. I can't thank you enough.
He didn't quite say that. He said he'd give it a go. What happened with the guard?
I saw you having words with that guard. What was that all about?
Yeah, nothing. He was just trying to get me to sell out to the government. I promised Danton I'd give the rebels my extra supplies. I'm not betraying her for the wickheads.
I admire your loyalty. See you later,
Wickheads.
Pop.
You bet.
You should probably put it past Danton though, just in case they're more in need of the water purifiers than they are of the meat. Blue burglar growing in phone booth. Home.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
Oh, so I do need to find a proper mask then. How on earth am I going to do that? Yes, I've just noticed they have actually taken the Ministry of Energy off of the map. Because we were told that if we went back there, then we'd be in quite some trouble. But the game physically won't let us go back there right now. Just noticed there's a river, isn't it, going through the centre of the city. Interesting. And judging by the sun's position, the river runs... Well, we don't know if that's rising or setting, but it seems to have an east-west alignment, almost... Well, we don't know that. I was going to say almost exactly, but that also depends upon the time of year and... how far above or below the equator we are. I suppose I could go into the cathedral, see if they have a mask.
Hi there.
Welcome. What may I help you with?
I'd like to go in. I've got the perfect
I
life.
think you should know that I've got the perfect life.
And you could have the perfect death if you embrace the Reaper.
I'd like to go in.
Can I go in?
That depends. Are you ready to die?
Yes.
I'm ready to die.
You lack conviction. You still need to prepare yourself to be ready to die. You should come back when you're serious.
Okay, well at least that tells me that this isn't involved in the current puzzle we're involved with. Maybe the factory wasn't such a bad idea, but there's so little here.
Just had to come back, huh?
I keep you around for some things.
Oh, knock it off, Amy. You sound almost happy to see me.
There's nothing down there that interests me.
I'd be worried if there was.
Must be some kind of drain. It doesn't smell very nice down there.
That's not my fault, in case you were wondering.
I wasn't, but thanks for the clarification. Don't get into any trouble, Denby.
I won't if you won't.
Remember Blast Day. Support the aristocracy, and you will be supported. Syntrax. I remember hearing a lot about them. They're the ones who used to manufacture all the uranium glass before the bombs.
Right, so they were manufacturing uranium glass before the bombs fell, so they seem to think they must have... If this is in the future, if it was in the future before the bombs fell, this uranium glass must be a new development, something that they actually think is safe. I could try turning the valve. I don't see how that would turn into having a mask, though. Well, that seemed utterly pointless. At least we know it works.
Trouble, Denby.
I won't if you won't.
I can only imagine if Amy had a proper gas mask, she'd be using it.
The Reaper watches from the skies and sends ahead his birds.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
Anything good for sale today?
Have you got anything good for sale?
As a matter of fact, I did manage to get something new which might interest you.
Yeah.
An aristocrat guard ran through here earlier and dropped his flintlock pistol. It got a bit damaged, but I figured you might be interested in messing around with it for parts.
Yeah, I'd love to. What are you willing to trade for it?
Well, it's mostly in new condition, so it would have to be something fairly valuable. But you know I'm not terribly fussy. Anything you think I might like.
Huh. I'll add that to the things. I might actually add that to the to-do list. It feels like something that we are expected to do, as opposed to something that maybe does something later on. There's quite a lot of overlap between the to-do list and the interactable list for things that we know we can interact with, but we don't know what they're for. Trade Gordon for pistol.
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
We can cross off visit the farm, because we've done that.
Attention citizens, 2 minutes of silence will be observed this evening at sundown in remembrance of Blast Day.
How would we get a proper mask? I realise he might be willing to trade the mask for the pistol, if we had it.
Hi, Nelson.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
I've got the perfect life.
Coming out here, reading books, it makes me realize I've got the perfect life.
Ah, I see. I do as well. It gives me pleasure to help how I can, although I'm too old to fight.
What made you decide to join them?
Danton makes some good points, despite being a bit overzealous. The favoritism the aristocracy showed their elite patrons after the plague began is completely inexcusable. Once the poor couldn't fund their medical research, we were quickly cast aside for those who could. Danton is brash, perhaps a bit foolish, but her ideals are what we need.
Danton's agents: Gus, Gordon, Nelson. Obviously the Bruce and Rebel without a tongue are a little obvious.
I'll see you later, Nelson.
I look forward to your return.
We could ask Clem about this.
How's it going, Clem?
Not so bad, Amy. What's up?
What's your take on our friends downstairs?
Interesting company you keep downstairs.
So, you're working for them now, are you?
It seems that way.
We've been hard-pressed to find new recruits. You're a welcome sight. People are scared. Between the plague and rumors of the Reaper going around, nobody wants to get their hands too dirty if they could help it. Well, except for me.
I guess it's easier to be consistently miserable than to take a tough road to happiness.
You're starting to sound like Danton now. Be careful where you say that.
See you later, Clem.
Take care of yourself, Amy.
I'm at a loss for how we would get a mask.
Anyone wishing to enter the vaccine lottery may do so by visiting the appropriate ministry and applying for a work permit.
Right, Gordon's shop restocks. Cuss sells meat. Denby forges handwriting. The well has water. Nelson has books to borrow. Reaper acolytes at Cathedral of St. Stephen. Be prepared to die. Gas valve at Certex factory for furnace. Wood pile at factory. Blue burger. Blue burglar growing in phone booth home. Let's try putting the wood into the furnace. Wait, no, there's no point. It's a gas furnace. That achieved nothing. Well, I'm out of ideas anyway.
If I put wood on there like this, it'll just fall on the bottom when I light the furnace.
Yeah, and then the burnt smell will linger for days.
Yeah, but it'll be burnt wood.
Don't get into any trouble, Denby.
I won't if you won't.
If you can't hear singing, but you see their eyes glow red, the Reaper will be coming.
Oh my goodness, I just had a thought. Can you imagine if I was playing this game and not taking notes? Like, it's just by playing these games so much that I've got into the habit of always taking copious notes, but
Take away your soul.
this game would be utterly impenetrable if you weren't keeping lots of notes, because there's not even a way to check what your current objectives are, and often the relevant dialogue options are taken away after you've clicked on them once. Admittedly here, every time we try and go back into the building, we'll get told I need to help out Gus and Gordon.
I shouldn't go back in there until I've helped both Gus and Gordon.
Goodness, how am I gonna help Gordon?
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
What did you say you'd take for the pistol?
What was it you said you'd trade for the pistol?
Anything of similar value? Those aristocrats have some pretty nice stuff. But you know I'm not terribly fussy. Anything you think I might like.
He doesn't want an aristocrat's gas mask,
Goodbye,
does he?
Amy. Come back anytime.
I don't have the slightest clue how I'd get that without going back to the energy ministry and asking for it. Definitely can't get in here.
Hi there.
Welcome. What may I help you with?
Can I go in?
That depends. Are you ready to die?
Sure, why not?
If you're not willing to take this seriously, then I can't help you.
Hey, Pop.
What's going on, Amy?
I have to go now.
Come back and visit whenever you like.
Nothing I missed here?
It doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of scaring away birds. Can't understand why. That gas mask on the face is pretty damn creepy.
Gas mask? There's a gas mask on the scarecrow.
Say, Pop, would you mind if I took this gas mask?
Nah, it's fine. Not doing too great a job scaring the birds, so I doubt taking it off will make much of a difference. Hope you weren't planning on using it, though. The filter's no good.
That's fine. I'm sure I'll find some use for it.
We're not gonna trade him a defective gas mask, are we? Might be the best we can do. It's a bit like the job we did with this sheep. We told Gus that we'd solved the sheep problem. But of course Pop just said that, well, I'll give it a go. It might work.
Gordon, I know you said you wanted a gas mask. I've got this one, but the filter is empty. Would you at least be willing to trade the pistol for it?
Yes, this is good. If I can get a filter, this would be exactly what I need. Take the pistol. But if you find any filters...
You'll get your filter, I promise. I'm sure somebody around here has to know something about them.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Nelson's probably the guy to see about that. He's got books on just about everything.
Where's my notes? My to-do list. Did I get the pistol? So I've traded for the pistol.
Attention citizens. 2 minutes of silence will be observed this evening at sundown
Right.
in remembrance of Blast Day.
Bring Gordon gas mask filter.
Anyone wishing to enter the vaccine lottery may do so by visiting the appropriate ministry and applying for a work permit.
Right. Progress. I should probably save. Nelson, you say? Nelson's the one to speak to. I can't believe that. Going around looking everywhere for a gas mask, and it was just... there was a gas mask just on a scarecrow's face.
Hi, Nelson.
Good to see you, Amy. What can I do for you?
Could I read for a while?
I think I'd like to read for a while, if that's okay.
Of course. What subject are you interested in reading about?
Science. Was that an option before? I feel like it wasn't.
I want to read up on science.
Wonderful. I think I've got just the book for you.
Filtration systems. Patrick Reddick. I mean, that was quite the guess on his part. He's clearly the very capable librarian. Several methods of filtration can be used, be it for liquids or gases. However, a very useful material found in most filtration systems is activated carbon. Activated carbon has many uses, such as gas purification, decaffeination, gold purification, metal extraction, water purification, medicine, sewer treatment, air filters and gas masks, and respirators, etc. The ease of production of activated carbon makes it one of the most useful materials in modern science. Activated carbon is produced from carbonaceous source materials such as coconut husk, peat, wood, core, lignite, or coal. It can be produced either by physical or chemical reactivation. In physical reactivation,
This information could be pretty useful.
In physical reactivation, the source material is developed into active carbons by using hot gases such as steam or oxygen. It must be heated at extremely high temperatures in the range of 600 to 900 degrees C. Right, so then we do put the wood in the furnace and turn the furnace on. I'm slightly surprised we weren't allowed to do that before, because usually adventure games let you make progress even if it's not clear why you would need to. But this exemplifies exactly what I'm talking about having a working gas furnace really changes what you can do, what you can produce. It's a big deal. In chemical reactivation, the raw material, i.e. coal or wood, is impregnated with acid, a strong base, or a salt. The material is then carbonized at a lower temperature, somewhere in the range of 450 to 900 degrees C. Chemical reactivation is usually the preferred method due to the lower temperature requirements as well as a shorter time needed to activate the material. So I'd need an acid strong base or a salt. I don't think I have any of those. You're the most well-read person around. I wonder if that means I've read every book in this that's available to be read in this game. That's a different child. The child keeps changing.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
About that gas mask. Oh, do you know where I can find salt?
Any idea where I can get salt?
I usually just ask Gus for some if I need it.
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
If we just ask Gus for it, then that's a really nice catch on the part of the developers to just bother to put that little bit of dialogue in there, because they realised a substantial number of players would go back to Gordon.
Just couldn't stay away, could you?
No, I haven't quite reached today's quota of looking at dead meat.
Where do you usually get the salt for your meats?
I'm looking for salt, like the kind you use on meats. Where can I find some?
Well, there's plenty out at the salt flats just outside the city, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to go out there. The walk takes a while, and lugging the stuff back's a chore.
It shouldn't be a problem. How do I get there?
You know the abandoned South Coast rail yard near Fripp Square? Just follow the main track down about half a mile and you'll find it.
Thanks. Will do.
Half a mile?
You bet.
You call that a long way to walk? That's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. Admittedly, I suppose there's the distance to the station as well, but... I don't know, maybe that is a substantial distance. If it's 10 miles to the station, then half a mile from there, you could understand it. That would be a nuisance. What was I going to add to my to-do list? Where is the to-do list? Salt. Wood. Go to salt flats. Past station. I forgot the name of the station, unfortunately, but I'm sure it'll be obvious from the map. Well, hey, salt flats. Oh, they actually have a train here.
I can't believe I never knew about this place. It's the perfect spot to get away from everything.
Wow, really emphasize.
Am I hearing things, or is that music?
Could be singing. Interesting. Why can I look at this? I guess I'd better make a copy of it just in case. Not a perfect copy, but it'll do. That's definitely singing, isn't it? And it's probably coming from inside the train. Could this be some sort of event put on for the aristocrats? It's symmetrical, isn't it? About the centre. No, not the centre. It's rotated. So it's not a mirror image, it's rotated about that central point.
It's locked. How odd. Looks like this train has been here a long time. I wonder when the last time it actually ran was. Looks like this train... This door... This door looks as though it's been in use recently.
I'll make a note of this. Singing on train. Or singing from train. Door locked recently. Interesting. I mean, who would be able to lock a train door? I mean, most trains nowadays would be electronic, and so that sort of thing would be managed automatically. I don't think they'd have keys that would work. But even if it was an older style train where that was the case, you'd assume it would have to be a railway worker that could do it. Oh well.
I'm surprised this thing hasn't been chopped down for firewood yet.
Goodness me, it's barren.
Looks as though someone has been excavating for salt here. Probably Gus.
Can I just salt the wood directly?
I don't see how I can use that there. Plenty of salt has been dug up here. I'll take a handful.
Okie doke. Salt goes on wood.
Not a bad idea, but I should put the wood in some kind of container first. This plank of wood is...
Bucket.
At least this will make carrying the wood around slightly easier.
Salt.
Okay, I'll rub salt into the wood. That should prep it for carbonization.
Well, hey! And we've got to keep some salt. I don't think we can do anything with the train right now. So let's head to the furnace. Poor Denby will have to put up with the smell of burnt wood for the next few days.
An experiment.
Boring.
Not when it involves burning stuff.
Oh, well, yeah, that's cool then.
Ah, can you use this to light it?
Now we're cooking.
What?
Flintlock.
You're actually gonna cook?
No, it was a figure of speech.
Oh, thank goodness. I still have nightmares about that lamb stew sometimes.
I'll make it again if you don't shut up.
Copy that.
Excellent. Glad that was a flintlock. I wonder how long I have to wait.
Now that is a nice sight.
Yeah, really makes this place feel homey.
It is nice.
There's nothing down there. I shouldn't leave while the furnace is on.
Is that enough? I mean, it wouldn't be in real life, but in adventure game world.
So, did your experiment work?
Don't be so nosy, Denby. Nice. The wood burned long enough to become activated carbon.
What?
Yes!
Spend some time reading Nelson's science books and you might learn something.
Progress.
Don't get into any trouble, Denby.
Hey, I'm not the one going around setting stuff on fire.
To Gordon. Gordon, am I going to make you a happy man today?
Gordon, look. I got you some charcoal for your gas mask's filter.
I don't believe it. I don't know what to say.
Then listen. Nelson has a science book explaining how you can make charcoal filters. It's really not that difficult. If you can find or make more masks, you can make filters and provide them to anyone who needs them.
I'm stunned, Amy. Thank you for your help.
We've all got to look out for each other.
Uh-oh. What makes me think Gordon's in trouble because he won't go along with
Merchant,
Aurelius's
word,
deal?
if you would.
What do you want?
Aurelius of the Ministry of Resources is officially requesting your supply of raw brass.
What? But brass is my most valuable material. It's practically impossible to come by these days.
Correct. Which is why in exchange, the Ministry is offering you 10 food vouchers a week. Do you accept this offer?
I don't know. 10 food vouchers a week is a lot, but I'll have to think about it.
Very well. If you change your mind, please notify the Ministry, but know that this offer will not last forever. Good day to you, citizen.
That's a tough offer to refuse. Why didn't you accept?
Because if I hand over my materials to the aristocracy, I won't have enough to provide to Danton.
That's pretty loyal, Gordon.
She's what we need to change this place, even if it hurts in the short term.
Attention citizens. If you spot anyone with signs of advanced greenlung, be sure
For such tyrants that are willing to commit such horrendous acts as we've been led to believe, it's amazing that they're just asking and then making an offer for these things, not just requisitioning them. I mean, the sort of way this would happen today is that if a government really needed something, they needed it, they would just take it and then you would be given something in return that they would decide. And, you know, well, at least if it happened in this country, there would be a genuine effort to make sure you were suitably reimbursed, but ultimately you wouldn't have a lot of recourse if you weren't happy with what you received. Look at how compulsory land grabs work, or compulsory land purchases. In states that are less concerned with fairness, they would probably just take the stuff and, well, now it's your problem. You know, there's a lot of precedent for that sort of thing in times of war, for example, when armies just, you know, if some farmers have some food in territory they're travelling through, they take the food. And, well, tough is the attitude. So it's incredibly light-handed for them to just come in and say, look, you've got the stuff we want, here's the offer. And it's actually a good offer, and you don't have to take it.
Hey, Gordon.
Amy, what are you looking for?
Bye, Gordon.
Goodbye, Amy. Come back anytime.
Right, let's make our way in, shall we?
Glad to see you've returned. I assume you've managed to sort things out with our suppliers?
Yes.
You've done well, Amy. I think you'll get along here just fine. But understand this. Committing yourself to help the Resistance is not a promise made lightly. We require your full cooperation and transparency. No secrets or lies. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, but I expect exactly the same from you. There's actually a bit much to ask. Like, generally, in this sort of organisation, you wouldn't expect the leaders to always be completely transparent because, you know, when it comes to things like espionage, there's good reasons you don't make certain information widely known. But we can try this.
I understand, but remember not to ask for things you can't return.
Naturally. Now come with me.
Ooh, new people.
Thank you for helping our suppliers. As you can probably tell, recruitment has been slow, which has hindered our progress. But I think with your help, we just may be able to initiate some changes.
What is it you had in mind?
That letter you brought us came from our contact in the Ministry of Medicine. It contained extremely valuable information. I need you to infiltrate the Ministry of Medicine and confirm what this letter says. Do you have any questions?
What is it you expect to find?
Can you tell me what it is I'm meant to find?
Our contact was unable to provide the exact details in case the letter was intercepted. But if the information he did give us is correct, it means the government is covering up something very important having to do with the green lung vaccine. If you confirm this, it will be exactly what we need to expose the government's lies and incite a revolution.
What if it turns out to be a false lead?
It won't. Believe me, you'll find something in there. You have to.
Right, this is starting to actually make sense now. At the very beginning of the stream, I talked about how strange it was for a system like an aristocratic, class-based government to survive a disaster like this, when people were really needy. And what was it that allowed them to maintain power? Control over the vaccines, because the vaccines aren't something that you can produce with low levels of technology or without significant functioning infrastructure. So the point is, if you rebel and overthrow us, the aristocrats, then there is a real danger you will break the system that creates the vaccines, and then no one gets any vaccines. And since we have control of the vaccines right now, you need our support, or rather you need to support us for yes, you need to support us so that we're able to, we'll distribute them on our terms, but that's still the best possible outcome for you. That's what I think probably must have happened here. Who was Milton exactly?
This Milton, who was he? Why did knowing my father make him trust me?
As I mentioned before, he was our double agent in the Ministry of Energy. With his help, we were able to establish our contact in the Ministry of Medicine. In the early days of the rebellion, Milton also recruited your father as the official mechanic. They were good friends. I never met Cooper myself, but my understanding is that he was just as loyal as Milton. Losing them both has been a blow. I think we'll manage, though. After all, we have you now.
Double agent, Ministry of Energy. How long has this movement been going on for then, if her father was a member of this organisation? For some years, it sounds like. Before he died. Where's Cooper Welland, father deceased, green lung, question mark. Need to add some more detail there. Worked for Danton. Or Danton's organisation. We don't actually know if this is her organisation or if there's or if she inherited it from someone else, or if there's management above her. We can't be sure. My father was a rebel?
You mentioned my father was with the rebellion in the early days. How come he never mentioned it?
It doesn't surprise me. The previous attempt at a rebellion was met with disastrous failure. They didn't manage to get very far before being discovered and quelled by the aristocracy. Your father and Milton were the only original members to escape unharmed. It's taken us a very long time to get back on track, but I intend to avenge our forefathers and deliver the justice they died for.
He and Milton, only original rebels to survive. Blimey. Why do you use the Ministry of Medicine symbol?
If you're so against the government, why do you use the Ministry of Medicine symbol as your code to get in here?
That's exactly what the aristocracy would expect. Having our own symbol would make us easier to find once they figured out what it was. Sometimes the best way to hide things is to put them in plain sight.
What do you mean by the Ministry of Medicine symbol? We knocked 5 times and buzzed 4 times. That's how we got in here. The graph outside I hardly think was the Ministry of Medicine symbol. That seems a little unlikely. I don't think the code that we found, that was knock times 5, buzz times 4, or whatever it was, would be their symbol. I don't think the calligraphy that we saw would be. Oh, it could be the M. It could be the Gothic M. Ah. That's interesting. That's a very interesting idea. Making a note about that. How am I supposed to get into the Ministry of Medicine?
What's the plan for getting me into the Ministry of Medicine?
An excellent question. You know how the wealthy have contracts with the aristocracy based on their support when they first formed?
I have a vague idea, sure.
If a government supporter were to show signs of green lung, the aristocracy would waste no time in sending a doctor to treat them. I want you to go to Fripp Square. My sources tell me that a notable supporter has recently been showing symptoms of the plague. His name is Silas Harrison. He should be visited by a doctor very soon. Find out when and where the visit will take place. Then, intercept the doctor, disguise yourself, and enter the Ministry of Medicine. Once you've done that, you'll locate the central storage room, where they keep the vaccine supply. I suspect that's where you'll find what we're looking for.
Maybe I should write all this down. It's a lot to keep track of.
No,
I was
I'm
thinking
sorry
that.
that we can't have a paper trail. I trust you'll be able to make this happen. I know it's complicated and dangerous, but believe me when I say this information will change everything.
So, Silas Harrison is a government supporter with green lung. So, to the to-do list. Things to add. Let's hope I can remember everything she just said. Oh, I can cross off a bunch of the other ones. Saltwood. Go to Salt Flats. Done that. Bring Gordon the gas mask filter. Done that. Mask for Gordon's daughter. Done that. Help Gus and Gordon. Done that. So, go to Fripp Square and find Silas. Intercept Doctor and acquire disguise. Enter hospital and find compromising information. I think that's everything. Okay, I think I'm ready to get started.
I guess I should get started.
Good. Head over to Fripp Square and find out where Harrison is. That should get you close enough to intercept his doctor. You might also try checking at the ministry itself. They might have some information on when the doctor is set to make his house call. Once you're in the ministry, you can identify our contact by using the code phrase. I'm not sure how much help he'll be able to give you, but having an ally on the inside is at least better than nothing. I wish you luck, Amy. Remember that if you succeed, the Resistance will reward you in far greater ways than the aristocracy ever could.
That's really not encouraging. That's not really what I want to hear, that you'll show favoritism to me far greater than the aristocracy does, because that's still corrupt. Okay. Ministry of Medicine will know house call times. Agent in Ministry of Medicine will respond to code phrase. Right, I think that's everything. Goodness me. Wow. Bit of a rough start to this game. It didn't Had a bit of trouble when we first began, but we have made some decent progress in the end. That should probably be it for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. I'll be streaming again on Monday from 4 o'clock GMT. If any of that should change, I'll announce it on social media, which currently is X, formerly known as Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and Meta Threads, and I'll also announce it on our Discord server. And obviously I'll be continuing... Oh, other streams coming up. Obviously there's the Monday one. Also next Friday and next Saturday. Like I say, anything changes, I'll announce it online. And obviously I'll be continuing with Shardlight until the game is done. So, once again, thank you for coming, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful night. Good night, everybody.